afternoon and happy Saturday to everybody that is joining me today. We'll see if we can get down to at least 100 views this morning. It seems to be getting a bit slow here for some reason. I've been sharing some informations with a couple of you that have contact with me personally. I appreciate your words and your attention to these matters. God bless you, everybody. It is Saturday. This is Overtime Dennis Herrera on Saturday. You guys know that I've been trying to work a way that I can get my Saturdays and Sundays off, but it apparently seems like I might not be able to do that. There is a lot of things that happen in the weekend, and I think that what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and do the show because either way, I need to make sure that I am doing my work and that my work stays busy. And I cannot stay busy if I am taking weekends off. I know that I've been busy with another side project. You guys most likely know what I'm talking about. So let me just go ahead and say hello to you guys. I know Robert is a very slow trying to get in here, bugging me all day to get on live. First of all, let me, let's see, which one is down? This one. Let me dim down the light just so that I can say to you, welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. And salud. Yes, today I have my coffee, so I'm a bit happier. Last night I feel, we only got 1,000 views. I really don't know why the viewer dropped. But even though we only got 1,000 views last night on the live, I feel it was pretty good. I felt pretty calm. I had two great conversations last night. One with Keon, which is an independent. He's not a Democrat or he's not a Republican. He tends to lean a little bit towards the left. But I can see that some of his points, he tries to be very neutral about it. And then, of course, Mike, Big Bro, called in, and I just enjoy the conversations that we had. I hope that you guys enjoyed it. I know Robert was there. Baba, how are you, Baba? Man, you know what? I appreciate you guys' support, man. You guys are fantastic. Yeah, David. Yeah, so I do my lives on the field, at the beach. At the mountains, I don't have reception, which, by the way, I was going to buy. I just remember just telling you guys, I really want to be able to get, let me see, Starlink. I'm going to put this, I'm going to leave this open so that I can remember after this live. I want to sign up for it. I want to see what it's all about. I want to be able to go to some locations where I used to go for photographs, and I used to, edit. I was a photographer, okay? That was my own business for a few years. And I love doing photography, but with COVID, it just kind of died. And I'm going to start this live by saying to you guys, the few, the proud, the patriots that are here on my live right now. Let me start off with this. Many people, right, complain about the job creation and about the unemployment. Well, I saw a post on my Facebook feed that says this. You guys can see that? It says that, okay? And it says, under Trump, the minimal job creation. Biden's, man, massive, over 800,000. Now, let me just point out to you what job creation really is. A job creation means that there is no jobs. And a job was made available. A new job. It just came out. I started off with saying my photography business died down because of the COVID-19. Well, millions of people, as the country was shut down, lost their jobs. Many companies started opening up little by little. Now, Biden administration likes to take credit for creating millions of jobs that were shut down by the government, by shutting down the country. Giving back a job to somebody that had it before is not creating a new job. I just want to point that out. Now, plus Trump has fired a bunch of federal people, minimizing government. It's just cutting down on government. We don't need big government. We need small government. And I wanted to make sure that we clarify that. So whenever you guys hear, oh, Biden's administration created millions of jobs, no, it's not true. They just took away something from you, and then they gave it back to you and told you, look how much we're giving you. You know what? It's like a socialist, communist thing. You know who did that? That French guy that gets on my nerves. What's the Canadian guy's name? The prime minister, the previous prime minister. Hey, thanks for that cup of coffee, Robert. I appreciate you. And slave driver over here, man. He's a taskmaster, putting me to work on my days off. Love you, big bro. You are a huge part of my happiness in my life. Brian, along that, I'm missing my sister Trinity. I hope that she's doing okay. But Dosito has become one of our little brothers that have come and joined us. And of course, Omar, he's still fighting out there. He's still, working and doing all this other stuff. Baba has been a huge supporter of mine as well. And I appreciate every single one of you guys. Mike has also, given me his support. I appreciate the patrons that have my back. I got to say it. I got to take a pause from the excitement of the things that I want to tell you, because I got to acknowledge that those people are American people that actually see me as an American citizen as well. And that's what it's all about. Honduras, though, is a third world country. As you saw in my videos, you probably didn't see everybody on there because it depends on the region where we're at. There is a lot of different ethnicities that makes Honduras. But at the end of the day, even though we're black, we're brown, we're white, we're Asian, we're this and that, even though we have all this background, back ethnicities from different countries, different nations, we are only Honduran. And only because the name of the nation which we are citizens of is called Honduras. And I want that same mentality to be here in the United States of America. It doesn't matter where people migrated from. If they're American citizens, they're American, and they should stand as one. I remember when we used to play soccer, in Honduras. We play soccer, and everybody's sweaty, everybody's dirty. We're playing soccer on the dirt. And, we will put money together, and whoever wins gets to drink the liter of Coke. That's amongst everybody that was playing on the team. Sometimes we have to get 2 or 3, and sometimes we have enough money to get that. Other times we didn't. But the moral of the story is this. When it came down to drinking, we didn't have cups. We had to take a swallow from the bottle, directly from the bottle. And whether you're light-skinned, whether you were black, it didn't matter. Our pigmentation on our skin, we were all Honduran. We were all brothers. You know what I'm saying? And so we didn't have any, what do you call it? Any grossness for each other. We just didn't care. We were boys, We were Hondurans. And I want that here for the United States of America. I can tell you, I never served in the military, but I have heard stories. And, and I have seen documentaries, and I have seen, not in war, but soldiers loving each other and supporting each other. And I can tell you there's no greater feeling than to know that the greatest pride that Americans have is not the color of their skin, but of the great nation that is inhabited by all kinds of background and ethnicities that make a melting pot of a beautiful United States of America. There's a difference between migrants and settlers, but at the end of the day, this country is a United States of the northern continent, America. And I am very proud to be part of the American citizen family, but I'm mostly privileged and honored that I was accepted into this country. And I hope that a lot of people also get that honor and that privilege You know, it's funny. I don't want to like talk too much about how I'm going to run campaign, but I already have speeches that I haven't written them down. I should, to be honest, but I already have speeches that I want to share. While we're campaigning, and I'm just not going to tell it to you right now, but. I think it's going to be powerful, and I think that it's going to be released, in God's timing. And we're hoping for something good to happen here in Washington State. But I want to say, really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much, guys, for your love, for your support, for your patriotism to this country. And I really hope that I get more Christian patriots. You don't have to be a Christian to be in this channel, obviously, but I really hope that I get more Christian patriots in this channel, because we need to have an understanding of why we go to war. We need to have an understanding why military is important. And being Christian doesn't just mean let's be religious and let's just go ahead and share this propaganda. That's not what it's about. Being Christian is a whole new level of, we don't deserve salvation, and yet it was given to us. So we're going to do unto others as God has done unto us. And, you want to separate sin, the consequences of our actions, they're very real. And a spanking is not going to go away by saying, I'm sorry. Sometimes that spanking's got to come anyway. But anyway, I want to say thank you, guys. Thank you for that. Thank you. Let me see who was here. I saw somebody here. Where are you, bro? My sisters. Where are my sisters at? Right on 7. Thank you, sir. God bless you. I think Right on 7 is a male. I never asked, to be honest. I apologize. Freddie, how are you? Good to see you in here. Kentucky. Let's see. Mikhail, a small government tariff the entire world. That is correct. But do you know why? I think a lot of people miss the reasoning why things are being done. And if you missed the live last night, I think the live last night was actually very informative. I got a lot of input from a patriot, an American patriot who thinks and believes and feels the way that I do about everybody being in this country. A true American patriot, honestly. And we had an independent call in, and if you missed it, I recommend it. Not because it's my live, but I recommend that you go visit last night's live. And you can fast forward if it gets boring. I understand. People wanna hear me screaming, and they wanna hear me go off on somebody, and they want me to curse. They want me to be this bad guy. Some people have even suggested me that I should lie, that I should make up some crazy story to attract more people. But you know what? That's selling myself, and I'm not going to sell myself. I will share myself with everybody who wants to be with me. That's okay, and I'm not meaning in a sexual way. Okay, I know sometimes the perversion gets through the channel, it gets through the filters, but I just want to make that clear. Okay, I want to make that clear. That is just our knowledge. We share our common sense. We have one principle, and that is God above everybody, everything under the sun, and America first. Sometimes people don't know what America first is. And well, there is times where I allow people to call in so that we can have this conversation. Very unfortunately, the reason why I don't do that too often is because a lot of people, I don't have anybody screening my calls. And so a lot of people just get on and then they start just, insulting and just misbehaving. They have no substance. There is no conversation. There is no, constructive criticism. And I just don't appreciate that. I really don't appreciate that. So everybody else that comes in here, it's, is a family for me if you respect our chat. I appreciate that. Let's see. What do we got? Cray Miss is here. How you doing, Cray? Let's see. Cray says politicians are at an all-time low. That's just the legacy media. I know a lot of Americans are very conservative, and they don't revolt like a lot of other peoples out there that are doing it. Sometimes the louder mouths, they have no bite. Hey, Homestead, how are you? You can't control what is happening in the war, but get your house in order. Water, food, first aid kit, full tank of gas. Well, full tanks of gas, I don't know about that one. Unless you live out in the country and you're able to store some of those things, you're going to have to go tank by tank. But I'll say this. This is where I don't envy in a bad way. This is where I envy people that live in tropical islands who are off-grid, country people. Whether you live in the mountains, whether you live in the snow, and you got that thick skin to put up with the cold. And I'm going to tell you, man, I have so much respect for all those Americans, not just Americans, but people in general that can put up with harsh conditions. I just don't know if I can handle it. I'm a tropical guy, so there's that. But I don't know if I can handle the toughness that some of you people out there have. You guys are, wow. I tell you, I admire you. I respect you. Listen, I don't care if you have a very dirty, foul mouth, worse than mine. I don't care what you look like. The fact that you're out there taking care of yourself on these conditions where I just wimp out. It's amazing. I give you praise for that. Now, to God be all the glory, but I praise you for that because it's tough and you deserve to be praised. And then you can go ahead and give that to God if you believe in God. But I'm serious. One of the reasons why I respect and honor and admire and just love the military people, it's the courage that they have. Like me, if I was to, if my house was invaded and I had to fight for my family, of course I'm going to go off and lay my life for my family. But these soldiers, these warriors that step up and they say, I'm going to enlist in the military. Remember, it's not mandatory, so your kids don't have to go to the military. But if they choose to, encourage them and just know that their honor, their privilege is to do what their heart and their soul tells them to do. And just know that God will take care of them. We are all passengers in this life, on this earth. And I can tell you that the soldiers that we have in the military, they are phenomenal. And we are going to pay some respects later on in this life. A lot of people on the left have been complaining about Trump talking about the universities. Honestly, I can get behind that. I think it's boring. I think it's just a waste of time. I don't like. I dislike it. Yeah, bada bing, bada boom doesn't make sense to me. I don't care. Nothing. I really don't care about universities. They have overstepped their boundaries. The education program is crap. I commend those parents and those people who are homeschooling. It is very commendable. It's not easy to homeschool, and you have to be responsible with your kids. I don't know. Maybe God will give me the patience, and I will probably homeschool my kids in their later years of high school. Who knows? I don't know. I'm doing things to prepare them to be business owners. I need them to know the basics, and I need to guide them on how to run business. That's why I cannot do anything for myself right now, but we are saving up for their future. So there's that. Let's see. Lisa, how are you, Lisa? If we lost jobs, you can blame the Democrats for fighting tariffs. That brings jobs. Yeah, good point, Lisa. For those who don't understand what these tariffs have to do with anything, you have to understand if we don't bring China, if we don't bring other countries to trade fairly with us, people don't realize that we are in $19 trillion deficit. We're in debt, 19 trillion, probably going up more now. But what you don't understand is it's not the debt that is the problem. The debt can stay there, and it doesn't matter if it gets paid or not. That debt can stay there. This is something that rich people understand, okay? And I hope I don't confuse people because I'm not rich, but this is what it is. And interestingly enough, I watched this clip from Bill Maher, and he had Shifty Shift on there. He had Gay Lemon on, and then he had another Democrat lady on there. I don't know what her name is. But, interestingly enough, the Democrats believe so much in, and this is like a little sign of communist to me, okay? This is communism to me. because they cannot tax more money of the rich. They are 38 trillion. I am so sorry. Thank you, Cray. It's 19 trillion is the investments. I apologize. Thank you for correcting, and I'm glad that I saw that. Thank you for not making me look like a liar. I appreciate that. It is 38. You're right, 38. 19 is what I'm talking about. Is investments coming in. That I think it was actually 21, 22, but 19 is the last number that I believed. But they're so into taxing the rich. They are so upset that they cannot tax them more. They're so upset that they can't take away more money from them, right? Because most of their value of the billionaires is in stuff, right? They got stocks or they got properties, and the property appraisals go up, so they become richer in terms of how much money they own in property. And so the one way that they have figured out how to take away money from the rich, besides the actual dollars that they have, right? Because a lot of people that are broke, they don't understand about that part, okay? They don't understand, yeah, they got $1 trillion worth. They're worth $1 trillion. Ask them if they have $100,000 in their pocket. Well, most likely they do, but my point is that they're not going to have all of that in cash. You know what I'm saying? So you can be worth $1 trillion, but in reality, you're about $10 billion worth in cash, right? And then you get taxed on that, and because other people are not working, because other people are lazy, because other people think that they're entitled to more money and more social programs and more free stuff and more free stuff, they think that the rich people got to pay more. And I'm going to say something. It's interesting that some billionaires, they're okay with it. 5% more, who cares? As long as I get to live in the greatest country in the world. Well, you're not going to be able to afford that progressive tax of 5% every year. Before you know it, you're freaking broke, and the government owns you. So anyway, they found a way to tax their property value. This is why they keep going after property. They keep going after gain tax. They keep going after valuable property, valuable stocks, all this other stuff. I don't know the names, guys. Forgive me. But this is just me thinking common sense, right? This is me trying to put one and two together. But, they go and tax all these things like inheritance, right? They get pissed off that the people that are rich, that worked all their life to get what they have, and when they die, they give it to the kids. They are so mad that these kids, because of the sacrifice of the parents or the grandparents, they are mad that other kids don't have that privilege. It is what it is. If you want to break that curse or whatever you want to call it, you can't blame other people for their success. You go out there and be successful. The notion that because somebody is too wealthy, there is not enough money for us, is BS. It just is. I don't agree with it. I can tell you, I could have made so many decisions investing. I could have saved so much money, but I was so young and naive and stupid. I didn't save the way I was supposed to save. And I see people my age, 50, 55, they own a ranch. They have a house. They didn't have it before. But now they do. And it's like, why is it so wrong that their kids, right, that their kids benefit from that? What is the one thing that I tell you guys here every day, right? I am fighting for this country. Why? For myself? Maybe not. But I will say this, for sure, my kids and my great-grandkids and great-great-great-grandkids in the future. That's who we fight for today. We fight for the tomorrow, for their tomorrow. And so if inheritance is going to be one of those things where it's going to help our children, then let's make sure that we work hard to give them that. And we should not let the government take that away from us. My man, what's going on, man? Bernie, how are you, my friend? I know Bernie comes by, says hello, and then he takes off. I don't like that. I need you to be in here and put some comments, bro. Hey, man, we're getting close. 2 months. All right, allow me a refill. I talk a lot. I don't have a secretary or assistant yet. All right. So, anyways, if we are working, if we're fighting for the future of our children, why is it a punishment to give our entire life so that our children can have something? Well, Democrats don't like that. Democrats have found a way to tax property, to tax what they call that luxury tax. They tax you when you die. They tax you when you receive inheritance from your parents, even though that money has already been taxed. They keep taxing your houses, taxes, even though you already pay the taxes. You already pay interest on the loan. You own the house, but technically you don't own the house because you got to pay taxes on it. And when you sell the house, you got to pay more taxes on that. And because you don't want to sell your house, they punish you for it, as if they're trying to push you to be homeless. You know what I'm saying? So there is that. What do we have here? Let me see. What Baba is fiat currency is not in strength. Guys, don't block anybody, please. No blocking today. I want to see what these people say. Yeah, but the thing is, like, you have to work with the algorithm, and then you have to make sure that people do have a chance to say something. If they just come in here with nonsense, just insults, I get it. I don't want them. I will take care of them. Okay, but I want you to let those comments fly in there because I do need to know what they are opposing. Now, I can just make this show without talking to anybody on the live stream, right? I can just make this show and just do what I got to do. And then I don't care what anybody says, blah, blah, blah. But the whole thing is we have to be mindful that other people do have to say some stuff. If people just come in here throwing insults and they're not even about the subject, those people are probably bots, or they don't matter because they don't want to conversate. They just want to hate. All right, with that being said, I hope people understand what tariffs are all about. You guys cannot just argue, hey, Ozzy, what's going on, man? You cannot just argue a point. Hi, Chair Bear, how are you? It's been a while. You cannot just argue a point on saying, oh, tariffs are evil. You can't just say that. You got to tell me why. And so what do I say about tariffs? Okay, well, we lost manufacturers. I want those manufacturers back. Okay, now here's the thing. I always make a point that governors and mayors need to work with federal government. Everybody is quick to say President Trump is failing at the economy. President Trump, blah, blah, blah. They are failing in their budget skills. They are failing to provide the best things for their constituents in their states, cities, and counties. But all they got is, let's blame Donald Trump. And this is where I am different. I am all for the policies. I know I troll with Trump stuff and all this other stuff, but I like Trump. I support Trump 100%. But that's not the reason why I'm on this side. I'm on this side because of the policies. And in order for you to understand the policies, you have to understand what's going on in the world. Everything that I have been telling you in this show right here has been true, has been proven. Even, I don't want to say I'm a prophet, or a psychic, but everything that we have been telling you has been proven a fact. It has happened. Every single thing. People said the economy was going to crash. I said, no, it's not. The stock market is not the economy of the country. It is a way to invest. They can make a lot of money and they can take away your money. It is a gamble. It is a fear-mongering tool that is available for people to either invest or not invest. That's just how that works. But it's not the economy of the country. They didn't want to believe me. A 30-year-old economist says, you don't know what you're talking about. That's going to destroy the economy. Well, he was wrong. 30-year economist with a master's or a doctorate. Wrong. The tariffs didn't destroy the economy in the United States of America. Did we feel a little bit of the pressure? Sure. But this is why we're Americans. We're resilient. And we continue to thrive because we continue to fight and overcome obstacles. We're not just going to say no to when the president is doing something that is right. And then people say, "Oh, you know what? This is going to cause war with China." Well, we are very well aware of that. But that's why we need to flex. That's why we need to let them know who we are and that we are not Sleepy Biden. We are not the weak Democrats that have been in power for all this last 12 years, right? Taking away the Trump's administration. 12 years of Democrat weakness. And this country was almost lost. Thank God that President Trump got elected. With that being said, that is just the beginning for negotiations. It has taken decades to take away all of our job creating opportunities in this country. We're still importing more cars than what we're making here nationally and selling. I can't wait for the other manufacturers to be here. I heard Toyota was going to be building here. I'm not sure if that's out yet, but this is what they told us last year, and Toyota was excited to make those cars here in America. That should create more than 100 jobs, right? I'm guessing. Here we go. So because of tariffs, these countries are forced to negotiate. But there's got to be a plan. And this plan cannot be told to the legacy media. Why? Because the legacy media, as much as they think they have the freedom of press, they have been faxing, they've been telegramming our enemies exactly what's going on with our country. Where is our weaknesses? They go out and destroy America. You have to be able to see that. You have to be able to see that, CNN, I'm going to make a big example of CNN, right? Dalabama, Hakeem Jeffries, a.k.a. Dalabama, he goes out against the United States of America and says that we're going to lose this war. And then CNN comes out with a quick story how powerful Iran is. And I'm like, okay, who the hell do you work for? Everybody on the left keeps complaining about us having the Jews and Israel telling us what to do. But in reality, what are you doing? How come you don't support the United States of America? How come CNN didn't come after Hakeem Jeffries after he said that we're going to lose? If I was the CNN, I would have been like, hey, we're the one country, the most powerful military force on earth. We are the biggest economy in the world. Why does CNN not say that? Why does CNN not tell the world, don't mess around with Trump? Yeah, we tried it. Oh, man, this guy's tough. What he says, he's going to do it. People think, oh, promises made, promises failed. No, he's been fulfilling every single promise he's made, and I support him even more because of that. You can always pick a side. I get it. You can pick a side whenever you want. That's fine. But we're not going to play stupid. We're not going to be naive. We're not going to be gullible. We knew that China was going to fight us till the end with tariffs. But guess who's eating out of whose hands right now? The United States of America has been the dominating alpha on the field. Cutting Edge, thanks for the super. With the Acorns app, anyone can retire with a good amount of money and everyone would stop saying we're poor. When what we lack is knowledge, I send you a Gmail. Thank you, brother. I will look it up. And you got my email, right, that I sent you back the other day? I appreciate it. Okay, so I will point out that a lot of the things that the Democrats say, they have no proof, no backup plan. There's nothing built into it. For example, Democrats are still saying that the only president that didn't make war on any country is Joe Biden. Are you kidding me? Yeah, go back to school. Okay, go back to school. I'm not going to explain it here. If you don't know by now, I can't help you. But they go around and saying things like that. Remember when Kamala Harris was telling us that everything was expensive because the economy was doing so great? You remember that? Yeah, and Democrats didn't say anything about it. Any leftist person, for some reason, I don't know why, they never said anything against them. Not like they're doing against Trump. It doesn't matter that we got $270 billion back in tariffs. You know what they say? They don't say, oh my God. Oh my gosh, we were losing hundreds of billions of dollars, but now we're making hundreds of billions of dollars. They don't go and say that about Trump. They say this because it's a good thing. Now they say, well, yeah, well, I haven't seen a cent. I haven't seen $1. Where's that money going? Did you have that question when we were losing hundreds of billions of dollars? Or did you just give up to the idea that it was okay, it's normal, it's hardship, this is what happens in the world, economy goes, no! It happens when the leaders fail their countries. It doesn't just happen because of time. It doesn't just happen because of time. You know, everything. If you say you're going to use $1 trillion, right? You're going to use $1 trillion for this country. Okay, how are you going to bring it back? How do you make money coming back? If you're going to use $1 trillion, go for it. But how are you going to bring that $1 trillion back? Trump has done that. He did a tour around the world. Like I said at the beginning, $19 trillion. This is the investment, the agreements. And that $19 trillion agreement investment was almost destroyed by the Democrats in Congress and some rhinos. You have to understand, if we don't pay attention, if we just fall asleep on the wheel, let me tell you my experience with all the people that are Democrats that I am friends with. Their response is, just let it be. Just don't stress about the politics. Just let it be. And I've been doing that for decades. I'm just letting it be for decades. And now we see a problem that is out of hand. It's out of control. We have always had a problem with illegal immigrants. I get it. Necessity, right? But now, because we have been complacent about it, now we had a mass migration. Mass migration is not a good thing, my friends. It is horrible for any country, not just the United States of America, for any country. So you want to talk about terrorists, but you don't know what it is. Did you want to talk on the phone right now, Baba? Let me know. Thank you, Baba. Appreciate you, man. Let me. I want to save the number, okay? Since you send it to me, thank you. You can also text me your name because when I do send stuff out, I want to know the name of the person, okay? Obviously, you want to be my friend, and so I will treat your privacy as my own. Better than my own, to be honest. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you, Bernie. You got to smash that like button. The big boss in the chat has said so. So I appreciate every single one of you guys. But guys, even let's see what the Maricha says. What happened to your face? We had to start over. Let's see. So what's happened since January 25th, right, Jake? Okay, Chi. Apparently, Chi didn't get the news. I want to tell you, for myself, I got the biggest tax refund this year because of the big, beautiful bill, and that started here for me in February. So there's that. I'm happy about that. You should be happy about yours as well. If you are making a lot of money and you don't get taxes back, thank you for actually paying taxes. You are phenomenal, and this country needs more of you. For those of you who are poor and get a lot of money back, more than what you supposedly paid in taxes, well, you didn't pay taxes, my friend. So I got about maybe almost $5,000 less than what I paid in taxes. So technically, I got 50% of the taxes that I paid. I got that back. So that was nice. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. That was very nice. Unfortunately, it's gone. Bills got to be paid. No vacation came out of that. It's just the money's gone. It's completely gone. And no, there was no luxuries being bought either. It's just a lot of bills had to be taken care of. And there's that. So again, if you're going to talk about tariffs, if you're going to go against me on tariffs, you got to tell me why you're against them. Okay, you cannot tell me that tariffs are bad because small businesses are shutting down. No, small businesses are shutting down every single day, and that is not the only reason. The only reason why you see businesses shutting down: one, their failure. They fail at being business owners. Two, violence, crime. Three, taxes, over-regulations. The government does not allow these businesses to thrive. And then number five, they abuse every wealth that they accumulate. You know, for somebody that is not rich, I'm going to tell you something. For me not being a billionaire or a millionaire, I know how it works. You can say, whatever you want about rich people. But the truth is that whether 10 people go on vacation and spend $20,000 each, or they go on vacation and spend $250,000, it makes no difference to me. They're still spending more money than most people put together. And that's something that people don't grasp for some reason. But their houses are worth more money. They spend more dollar. Their cars, they're stupid. Obviously, they're wasting money, I think. Right? But they're spending all this money on luxuries. Well, guess what? They're still paying it. It's just like you sacrificed a whole month working overtime and you accumulated this little bit of wealth and you went and bought what you wanted for yourself. It is that simple. If you're gonna hate the rich people because of the money that they make, you're doing something wrong. You're doing something wrong. You should be, anything that has to do with money should be discarded. Judge yourself with what you have without money. If you don't have property, well, try to find out why. What have you done to gain property? And what has been the obstacle that has been preventing you from owning that property? Money. And I can tell you, I know a lot of people that will go and spend, they will go and get a car worth $110,000, and they only make $50,000 a year. They bitch and complain, high payments in the car, and they wonder why they're broke. There is people that have hundreds of thousands of dollars saved in their accounts, and watch what they drive. Watch how they dress. Depending on the job, if they're business people, of course they're going to have a suit and etc. But watch what they drive. This is people that are not rich. They're not millionaires, but they work hard and they save to accumulate wealth so that they can get what they want. That is the beauty of this country, right? That is part of the Constitution. We are not here to work our asses off and sacrifice everything in our life, family time, good food, eating, sometimes we're starved and sometimes we don't get this that we want and sometimes we don't pay here, we don't pay that because we're trying to accumulate wealth. And well, when you make all those sacrifices, the last thing that I need is the government to come and say, give me my money. They're thieves. They're like the kings that Robin Hood used to steal from. That's who the government is today. Every governor and mayor that believes that the only way that their area can move along and their programs can move along is to take the wealth of other people, they're tyrants. They are communists. They do not want your sacrifice to be worth the sacrifice. They do not reward you. They want to punish you. It's sad because here in Washington State, there is some businesses going from Seattle. Now, they still have a headquarters here, but they also have made a headquarter in Tennessee, in Florida. You see, the Democrats try to put a don't leave tax, I call it. okay? And they punish them to retain them here against their will. Now, for some reason, I just don't understand the mentality of the poor. Yes, I'm poor, but I don't have that mentality. I don't understand the mentality of the poor. Just because you don't have the money, it doesn't mean that you're going to go and destroy the wealth that others are sacrificing themselves to accumulate. I just don't see that. It doesn't make sense. It makes no sense to me. All right, we're switching gears. I want to go ahead and share a couple of clips before we get into our the streaming that I want to show you. First of all, I want to go ahead and I already showed you the Facebook. I'm going to show you. Let me see what you guys think about this. Let's see what you guys think about this. Put this right here in the middle. All right. An American soldier confronts a U.S. senator and shouts at him before being arrested. We don't want to fight this war for Israel. We're not. Why should we die for Israel? He says. Now, guys, this is a problem. And I want you to hear what he says, because this will determine what kind of soldier he is. Now, listen, I don't know if that's legit. I don't know if that's stolen valor. I don't recognize this guy, okay? If he's active, okay, that's fine. But you know what? Something needs to change, okay? And listen to what he says, and then I'll go ahead and comment on it.
How much louder do you want to talk?
I speak
How
loudly
much
because
louder
of
do
PTSD.
you want to talk, Marine?
Listen, sir.
Everybody, this Marine wants to be heard.
I can't
Come
help-
on down here.
I do want to be heard because I am personally affected. My wife is Palestinian. My wife is Palestinian. I have soldiers.
My wife is Palestine. I want you to listen to this. Very carefully, listen.
Be a leader. Be a leader.
Start with respect.
I have tried to, sir, and I've tried to.
You started escalating.
I do that because I'm a Marine and I have lived, I fought for our country, and I have this emotional response. I do this with everybody. I do this with my family.
He says, this is my emotional response. Two big mistakes. You are an American citizen, an American soldier. You fight for this country. That's who you fight for. You're not fighting for Israel, because Israel is actually fighting for all of us. If Israel goes down, the world goes down, just as America has. It's a domino effect. I don't understand why people don't understand this. But number two, he is choosing his wife's nationality or ethnicity or whatever Palestinians are. He's choosing the Palestinian people over Americans because he thinks this is a benefit for Israel. See, he's got his mind twisted. Two things. And then the third thing is, he says, it affects me emotionally. He shouldn't be a soldier. He shouldn't be a Marine. I'm sorry. You got to get off. I think it's time. I think it's time for him to step off. I think it's time for him to step off. If that was my wife, listen, we got to do what we got to do to defend our country. Our ally is not Hamas. Hamas wants death to America as well as the Ayatollah. So don't give me this BS about this genocide in Gaza. I talked about this last night, and if you missed the live last night, I recommend you go listen to it again.
We need a leader.
I do this with my wife.
We need a leader. We don't
This is
support
what it looks
Israel.
like,
ma'am.
We do not support Israel. We do not support Israel. How many times do the American people have
This
to
was not
say
race
that?
bait. This was
It's
genuine.
not
Do
about
not do
you.
this. Do not.
It's
It is
about
not.
the American people.
This is how the American people
It's about
feel.
the American
We do not want to
people.
die
We
for
represent
Israel.
the people.
I am sorry, but that's a shameful soldier. That's supposed to be a Marine. Emotional compromise. Emotionally compromised Marine. I think it's time for him to step down. That's my opinion. You can disagree. That's okay. Do me a favor. Try not to be using really nasty names on here. You can say megatard or whatever other things, but don't go beyond that. Okay? Trying to be nice to you guys. So what's the other problem? Okay, so I'm going to briefly go over the conversation from last night. I had an independent person. He comes into my show sometimes, and he says he had a problem with the genocide that Israel was committing on Gaza. Okay, well, first of all, we're not fighting Palestinians. We're fighting Hamas. Hamas uses the Palestinians, the supposedly innocent people. We know they're not so innocent, right? But they use human shields to hide. And in the meantime, people believe that Israel is supposed to just sit there and take it. That's the mentality that people have. They think Israel should sit back and take it. October 7th, everybody knows. You have 7, 8-year-olds with AK-47. AK-47, 7, 8 years old. If they have an AK-47, they're gone. They are fair game. Women hide AK-47s under their dresses as well. Women and children, Hamas doesn't discriminate. They use every single body they can to cause harm unto others. With that being said, I made a point last night. If any country supports, because a lot of Palestinians that actually live in Gaza don't support Hamas. And I commend the Israeli soldiers, Israel in general, Netanyahu, for 2 things, 3 things. One of them, they send tons of food and water supply, which Hamas, of course, stole and didn't give to the people, etc. The social media and legacy media on the left lied, showing us pictures of children, of a child in specific, that looked like he was starving to death, and we came to find that child was actually sick and his brother looked just fine. Press reporters killed. Why? Because they were over there spreading lies. They were making fake videos, taking fake photos, and pushing a negative narrative against Israel. Let's not play stupid. They do the same thing to us here. They do the same thing to us here. I just gave you an example. The CNN, after Hakeem Jeffries, a.k.a. Dalabama, after he went and said that the United States of America was going to lose this war, CNN releases a story of how great and mighty the regime of Iran is, instead of making a story about the United States of America being the most powerful country on earth. Which part of that doesn't make sense to people? Number 2. Israel announced where they were going to attack. They send their soldiers to help the Palestinians, which a lot of the libtards say that Israel hates. This is how I call bullshit on that. Israel sends thousands of tons and tons of food and water supplies for Palestinians. They go out into Gaza and they take all the Palestinians that they can out of their houses. They announce it through the news. They throw papers out there, the beepers. They call everybody. They announce it in public. They say, we're going to attack here. Leave. Hamas, what does Hamas do? They grab all those people that they can and put them in the place and use them as human shields. Does that going to stop Israel from dropping the bomb? Absolutely not. And whether people like it or not, and I'm going to give you an example of how great Israel and the United States of America really is. If it was somebody else, let's be clear, Israel can wipe out every single one of those Palestinians, and they will never have a problem with Palestinians again. they can commit a whole genocide, a real, just completely destroy them. Completely. Not one of them left alive. And they will never have a Palestinian problem again when they eradicate every single one of them. Right? That is what somebody that hates that race, like the Ayatollah, like the terrorist Muslims say, they want to wipe out Israel off the face of the earth. They want to kill every single one of those Jews. I'm using the same terminology that they do. Right? But what does Israel do? Provides help. Makes Palestinians Israeli citizens. Right now they're attacking Iran. What does Netanyahu say? Netanyahu says, I want peace with Iran. I want Iran to have their own democracy, to be free. Because when they are, we are going to have a good relationship. We don't have to be best friends, but we're going to have a good trading relationship. We're going to have peace. Qatar says, the Saudi prince said that Iran is like Hitler to Muslims. Imagine that. Iran is like Hitler to Muslims. Why? Because he wants to expand. Just like Hitler. And you know what that means, to expand? Is Iran going to change in their territory? I don't know. Maybe. But I do know that a lot of the people in Iran have been asking for President Trump to come in and do something. Israel and the United States of America, and check this out, they were right, and I'll prove it to you. We went over there. Of course, we had to secure the border. Of course, we had to secure the drugs coming in, so boats got destroyed. Of course, we had to get rid of the dictator Nicolas Maduro, who was threatening our lives as well. So we got to get rid of him. We put the vice president in there, who is just as bad as him, but at least they know what's going to happen to them if they step out of line. All right? They know now that we are no bluffing. So now we have a friendship and a relationship with Venezuela. And we're working on it. And it's looking better and better and better. And by the way, I can't wait for Cuba. Oh, my gosh. But that's another story. And then now we're attacking Iran. We're not attacking the innocent people. We're attacking precise locations. The intel, not just Israeli intel combined with American intel, has been proven to be true. As a matter of fact, Marco Rubio came out and said that they were bragging. They were bragging about being 60%. They had almost had nuclear capabilities. So if they were lying, they set themselves up. I'm glad that you guys are here listening to this. They set themselves up, and death to America. Let me give you three things. Okay, let me give you three things that makes me support the attacks and taking out the Ayatollah. Three things. Let's see if I don't forget them. One of them, the most important one, death to America. Let's say death to Israel, but America first. Death to America. Number two, they brag about being 60% nuclear weapon capability. They bragged about it. -2 strikes against them. Third strike, they are building missiles capable of intercontinent reach, meaning they can hit the United States of America. 3 strikes, you're out. And then you say, wait a minute, so what? So what? You need something else to really excuse yourself from going over there and doing what you're doing in Iran. So what do? Well, we let legacy media do what they do best. We let the YouTubers, the content creators, we let all these journalists and unofficial journalists to go out there and give us some information. And what do we learn from this? We learned that evil man killed over 30,000 Iranian innocent. This really are innocent, no guns, innocent Iranian citizens. These are not 7, 8-year-olds out there with AK-47s. These are not women out there shooting AK-47s to soldiers. This is people out there wanting to go back to 1979. You guys don't know about this. You probably never even looked for the story. But before 1979, when the Ayatollah took over, that they declared war on us, for 47 years they've been doing this. What you guys don't understand is Iran looked just like us. They were westernized. They called it the white movement, I think is what they call it, the white doctrine or something like that. And the people adopted that in Iran. You can look it up. Look up how Iran was before 1979, okay? And you'll see what happened. And, you know, you look at these women. They're free. You look at the guys that wear pants and shirts like we do. You know, the children are out there. They're not out there with, you know, death to America. No, they're out there. The people are they're thriving. They're thriving. They're making money. They're doing exchanges. They're doing trades. Everything is great in Iran. And you see how I go around everything, because I have to explain why I feel and believe what I believe. You got to do some research. You can't just come in and be negative. I get it. I get it. You don't agree with me. I get it. But get that TDS set aside for a little bit and just think about common sense. Use policies. What policies do we have in place that are working? Okay? So now we have Iran. Yes, it's going to probably take a long time before we restore order in that country. What we don't want is complete annihilation of all government. You have to understand something. Whether they're a bad regime or a good regime, it doesn't matter. If we get rid of everything all at once, we're going to lose it like we did with Cuba. Okay? We can't do that. So the smart thing to do is what we did with Venezuela. We left Delcy. The vice president took over as the president, so there was technically no regime change, right? That's how I see it. There's no regime change, but there was a policy change. And that policy now includes friendship with the United States of America. You know what's going to happen with Iran? And I really hope that I'm right about this one as well. I really hope that that's exactly what's going to happen with Iran. That the new person that goes into government, now, I know Dosito and other people out there will not agree with me on this. There was some issues. There was some issues. You know, with the kingship, right? With the anarchy that they had before. And, you know, the fear-mongering tactic that they used. Now, pay attention to this, Americans, because the fear-mongering tactic that they used against Iran to turn on that style of a life before they turned to the Ayatollah and all this death to America thing, the one thing that they said to them was, capitalism is evil. Socialism, communism is better. And socialists and communism are rooted on Marxism, which are non-believers. Isn't that very interesting? I find that very interesting. So you have a problem. The Democrats is what they're doing to our country. Now, we're so blessed and so protected by God that we're so strong. And I'm not saying that to boast or to be too arrogant. And if I am arrogant on anything, I will be arrogant on the power that God has that protects us with. This country will be so much greater, better, economical, financially stable. We'll be able to support universal health care. We'll be able to support social programs that, yes, I know, they're just leeches mooching from the government, but we would be able to support all those things if the Democrats would stop destroying our country. If Democrats start supporting America first, if Democrats that are not helping would just shut the hell up and get out the way. If you're not going to help, move. Let us do the work. We have a democracy in this country. We vote for people. We got President Trump. We won. You lost. Shut up or put up. Right? That's what I'm saying. If you want to put up, let's come on. Come on into the family. We don't hate you. We love you. We need every single American to be with us. I don't care, red, blue, green. I don't care if you're independent, Republican, or Democrat. Be an American. Put this nation first. And if you're a migrant like me who became a naturalized American citizen, be grateful to give God all the glory, but accept the honor and the privilege. The hateful people on the left, thank you, Cutting Edge. Give me a second, brother. You know, the people on the left, they hate it when they announce President Trump. And now the President of the United States of America. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, look at him. Look at him. Look at him. They want people to worship him. Shut the hell up. This is why I say that to you guys. This is a copyrighted say, by the way. Because why? I'm being honest. Why do they hate him? He's the President of the United States of America. You know, it was embarrassing that Biden pooped in his pants, farted on the podium, that he was lost 99% of the time, that he went and made a speech. Sometimes he was reading out loud the part that says pause. Listen, he was still the president. And I respect the president. Did I make fun of his Sleepy Joe? Sure. You can make fun of Trump. Please, we call Trump the orange man. We call him the Cheeto. People, we call him all kinds of names. And you know why? Because Trump can take it. He doesn't care about being name called. But he does love the American people, and he has made that very clear. Democrats have also made it very clear that they don't love us, the American people. So going back to the migrants that have become American citizens, if you are feeling emotional and you're emotionally compromised trying to defend illegal immigrants, let me remind you something, okay? There is a lot of us that were brought here when we were young, I get it, but there was a lot of you out there who became American citizens. Maybe you're not American citizen yet, but you got a green card. You have to remember, why did you leave your country? And I want you to think about that. Just let that thought marinate in your head. Why did you leave your country? What was it about your country that forced you to come out here? And you're going to come down to a conclusion. One of them, if you were well off in Mexico and Honduras or any other country where you came from, and you thought the United States of America was better, congratulations. You did it the right way. If you came to this country out of a need that the country where you were was too violent, it was too oppressing, you know, and the people around you were just so ghetto and dirty, and you wanted to live the American dream and be an American, well, you have to remember, if you're leaving that country, you are leaving the people, because the countries are beautiful. The trees, the lakes, the rivers, all of that is beautiful in all the countries. Even the snowy mountains. But you left because of the people. Because you had a need for a better life. So, if, no matter how you came here, if you got a chance to become a resident or a citizen, remember this. Maybe you were a good person. But we don't know who else came across that border. And maybe when you came here, there was hundreds coming through the border. And migration is okay. I will always be pro-legal migrants. Always. But I will always be against mass illegal migration. I will not stand for that. That is an invasion and is very harmful to economies. So if you have gotten the privilege of becoming a green card holder, do not go protest the government. Shut the hell up and put up. You know why? Because going out there to protest, it just makes you look bad. And if you did protest, protest peacefully. But I can tell you, that's not getting you points. If you protest ICE agents, you are protesting against yourselves. Against the reason why you left your country in the first place. You are saying, I want this country to be as shitty as the country that I came from. I will not assimilate. I want this country to be a third world country. Now, if that's who you are, that is who you are. But if that's not who you are, and you want this country to be as lucrative and attractive and as beautiful and accessible for your children and their children's children, and who knows, maybe future migrants to come to this country, you will agree with me that the border needs to be secure, that every single illegal immigrant has to go. If they got papers, great. Congratulations. If you don't and you have committed crimes in here, you gotta go. I am all for migration reform. I really am. But we gotta be realistic and think with common sense. We cannot just be complacent anymore. We try that. If you are a conservative, specifically if you are a Christian conservative, you will never vote for Democrats. Because the Democrats don't exist. The Democrats that you have right now in office, they are Marxist, communist, socialist. I'll prove it. Mandani says, he's a socialist Democrat, he says. Mandani says, if the landlord does not want to fix the problems in the apartment building, and I quote, we will have somebody address the problems, and we send him the bill, and if he doesn't want to pay it, we will take away the whole apartment building from him. Number one, the reason why they can't fix the damn building is because taxes are overwhelming. Number two, people don't pay the rent. There's a lot of evictions. Every time there is an eviction, there is a loss of income. There is a loss of money. Let's be honest. Living in New York, I've seen only videos. Of people that live in New York, and it's a rat hole state. I don't have anything positive to say about New York. If you know New York and there's some beautiful parts in New York, by all means, please let me know. But all I know is that they're rat holes, just like in California. Yes, I know outside and with the rich people, all this and stuff, blah, blah, blah. Okay, it's beautiful, it's nice houses and all this stuff. But the apartments, they're rat holes. They're just as bad as Chinese apartments. Very tiny, non-luxury at all. Walls look like crap. And this is what Hollywood does anyways. This is how they show the apartments. They look like shit all the time. Let me switch gears and try to address this comment that Cutting Edge put in here a while back. Let's say I sent you another link of what Hamani did in Iran after 1979. That channel is good. I have a lot of info and videotapes. Well, I got my own agenda today, so we'll probably do that another time, okay? But thank you for sending me that link. I'll look it up later. Hope to West, how are you? Tanya, Güero, just want to say hi to some of you that I have not said hi yet. Let's see. Of course. Marvin says, what about Elizabeth? I don't know about Elizabeth. I'm not looking into her. And then Knife says, watch him in the midterms, go all Democrat. He'll be out protesting. Nah, hell no. I will not be out protesting. The best thing that I can do is if everything goes Democrat, I'm going to wait for President Trump's term to end. And I'll probably just move like everybody else is doing. And I will come back just to tell you how stupid you people were for letting your country go down the shit. I hope that there's a lot of Republican states, and hopefully Democrats will wake up soon enough. I hope that there's a lot of states available, like Florida. Hopefully, it doesn't turn blue like Washington, the whole West Coast. Because just because I'm right, it doesn't mean that I'm supposed to give up. Okay, I gotta continue to say what I gotta say. Let's see, Jeremy, how are you? Is everybody enjoying those higher gas prices? Hell no, none of us are. I know my gas has shot up almost $1 since Trump went to war with Iran, and it's only going to climb higher. That's going to lead to higher inflation. Okay, I'll take that, Jeremy. Of course. We're almost at $5 here in Washington State. So when we get situated and those prices come down again, down to $2 to $3 in your area, I want you to come back and say that out loud as well. Okay? Because prices went down big time. Prices went down big time, and not one of the people on the left said, oh my gosh, my gas is priced down, has gone down. Most likely you live in a Democratic state, and that's why you see it that way. Baba, was that you? I got a notification here. Baba, thank you for the PayPal. Appreciate you. Man, if you guys don't use PayPal, you gotta use PayPal. I have my PayPal link on my description. If you guys want to support me, that's one way of doing it. You guys got to know this is what I do for a living. So if I don't make money, I don't make money. If I make money, God bless you, and that is a blessing to my family. So thank you for your continued support. I appreciate every single one of you guys. Okay, I have gone to other channels and I've spoken with people who are the opposite view of what I have. And one thing that I always found in common on every single one of the people that I've talked that have a podcast like I do, is that they have 50% information and they go all out with it. And I noticed that a lot of the most popular ones are actually those who are against God. Imagine that. Imagine having, I got what, 17.4 thousand subscribers in here. A lot of people are supposed to be Christians. Imagine the support that Christians gives us, the conservatives, and imagine the support that people that are godless give to the leftist Democrats. It is what it is. The number of people that will be saved, it's so small compared to the population of the earth. Very small number. That tells me that it's very difficult for people to be saved, and very unfortunate that those who are godless, who have no faith in God, and they don't believe in Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit, those are the people that become more popular. And you know that a lot of movies, especially movies, well, and I like Tom Cruise, but especially movies like, that from people that believe in Scientology and they believe on Satanism and all this other stuff, they become very popular. They make millions and millions of dollars. And the moment that somebody talks about the goodness of mankind and all this, God's love and the kind, it's not popular. People want to see massacres. People want to see, gore. They want to see all this blood and violence. And listen, I enjoy any movie like anybody else. I like action, science fiction, all that stuff. But I separate that from what I believe in my faith. But other people, that's what they want. They don't. The news, if the news outlet, reports every day, oh my gosh, kids, they were valedictorian, the whole class of them, valedictorian. Nobody wants to watch that. But if they say, oh, a shooting happened at the school, boom, millions of people are tuned in to the TV watching. Why is that? Why is it that the news outlets don't get excited unless there's some sort of war or attack on something? This is how they make their money. This is how they make their money. I enjoy science fiction movies, Donnell. I enjoy science fiction movies. I like cinematography, and I do love AI in movies. I think they can do so many things that before they couldn't do. I mean, they're amazing, but people forget that this is just entertainment. Things are fake. And you gotta remember that. And a lot of people, what happens is that they get so much knowledge on how things work that the more knowledge that they accumulate, the less they have faith. And that is the problem. That's why the 666 is the mark of the beast. The mark of the beast. The Bible says that mankind's knowledge will be multiplied greatly, especially in the end of days, in the last days. We have seen things in the last 3 decades that has taken over 1,000 years to get. And every day we get even more and more technology. Whether people like it or not, three sixes, it's the number of man. That is technology. AI, that is the beast. That is sort of the beast. That is the mark of the beast. And the devil will use it against you, against us. I mean, you already see it. You can see Trump flying on a donkey with wings, and drinking some beer in the air. You see people that look just like me, talk just like me, and you don't even know the difference. There's so many things that technology started doing that just corrupts the brain. If I put one of those virtual goggles on, I don't move forward. I don't swing at things in front of me and try to jump off the bridge. I know I'm stable. But a lot of people that play with these things, they lose their balance. They jump like they're supposed to jump for real, and they don't know they're just supposed to do the movement, and the small swing. No, they're out there breaking their TVs, hitting their walls with their face, and people just laughing at them because, blah, blah, blah. And that's how some people are. Some people cannot live without technology. All right, I want to switch gears here for a little bit, and we're going to go to the next clip that I want to show you here. Donald Trump is all about destruction, guys. This is what Gavin Newsom says. Destruction is not strength. He's not a builder. I'm sorry. And no, this laugh is not fake. I just grabbed it because it's Gavin Newsom, and I want to see what he says, but he's not a builder? What does that remind you of? How many billions of dollars? Any Southern California guys in here? What does that remind you of? George Lopez is junk. I used to like George Lopez. I used to like him. I think he's gone too far left. This is one of the migrants that I'm talking about. This is one of the Hispanics that I'm talking about. They lost sense of what it means to be a migrant that comes to this country legally. Whether he was born here or he came here, it doesn't matter. You got to protect the border for the future of your children. Anybody that protects the illegal immigrants, I'm sorry, but you're selfish. And because of your selfishness, your children will pay the price. Well, not just your children, but everybody else in America. And it's going to get worse and worse. Okay? Yeah, they do, man. Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right. So anyway, so he says the president that he's not a builder. He says the guy that's not a builder. Says the guy that allowed the oldest houses to be burnt down, and he hasn't. Man, there's a whole lot of things in there that I can talk about. Maybe I'll touch up. Depends on how much it pisses me off with his comments. I'll probably touch up on that a little bit. All right, hang in there, guys. Hang in there. We got 10 viewers on. Hopefully somebody is learning something. Hopefully somebody's learning something. All right, let's take a listen and see what he says. Any jackass can knock down a barn. It takes a skilled carpenter to build one, as if he knew what that means. Donald Trump is a jackass. Here we go.
About destruction. And destruction is not. You talk about wrecking ball presidency. I mean, certainly reflected symbolically and substantively in the imperial palace that he's trying to, the Kremlin West Wing that he's trying to recreate.
Wow.
And that's all this has. Donald Trump is, it's all about destruction. And destruction is not strength. He's not a builder. Sam Rayburn, you always remember years ago, it was like, who's this Rayburn guy? He says, well, he had a great quote. I always remember the quote when I was a kid. He goes, any jackass can, knock down a barn. It takes a skilled carpenter to build one. Forgive me, but Donald Trump is a jackass.
He had to ask for forgiveness because he knew it was wrong. What a hypocrite. Yeah. Okay, so listen, I'm not in California, but I am more than happy. Why don't we do this? Why don't we take this time to actually take some calls? Let me take some time. Let me give you my phone number here. And why don't we take a call? If you are in California, I want you to call me, and I want you to tell me what's going on in California. Give me something that is fantastic in California. All right, let me make sure the volume is up here. Okay, if you're in California, go ahead and call that number that I put there on the screen. All right, I'd like to give you guys a chance. And by all means, listen, Donnell, Gavin did build a lot of homelessness, for sure. MMA, sure. If I have no support, why don't you tell me why? Call me. It's just a phone number. Guys, it's free. It's in the States, right? If you are in the United States of America, just dial the area code and the phone number. Oh, so glad that I have you guys buying me coffee. Thank you, Robert. Salud, my friend. Can't do it without you. All right, guys, come on. Let me give you a little bit of music here so you can get inspired, okay? Somebody call. I know there's a little delay on the chat. If you want to refresh your screen, you can do that. Jakira knows. Nobody's calling because they know the truth. Yeah, what number? They don't see the phone number. I apologize, guys. I'm going to have to change the lettering. Maybe I'll make the phone number bigger. Maybe. Let's take a look. Let me see if I can make this. I'm going to make this phone bigger for you guys, okay? Here. No, that's the back. Call in. There we go. We got somebody calling in. Okay, so they can't see the number. All right, here we go, guys. I want to hear something from California. Hey, thank you for calling. Who's calling?
Oh, my name's Greg.
Hey, Greg.
From West Sacramento, California. How you doing?
Good. What do you got to tell us about California? I don't want to talk bad about Californians. I just talk bad about the politicians.
Yeah, I don't care much for Gavin because he was talking about Trump not building anything. And
Yeah.
When we had Brown in there, they started that stupid high speed train, and that never went anywhere yet.
Yep.
And even the fact that we got that idiot Gavin in there, he's a complete moron. They haven't done anything with that train. I call it the train to nowhere. Just like
Yep.
him, he's nowhere. He's nuts.
Yeah, that's what's crazy is that I'm a clown. Just so you know, I'm a clown. When I have to be serious, I'm serious. I'm very passionate about the funny things, about the serious things, all this stuff. But some people can't take it. Like
Sure they
if
can.
I dish it to you directly, I expect a fight back and forth. That's okay. Because I started it, right? But when I say like things in here, I don't know if you've been in my chat before, but when
I've been listening to you quite a bit. I admire you for what you're doing.
oh, thank you, brother.
Even when I talk to my friends at my work and they don't agree with my politics or they don't agree with what I say about Trump or what the Democrats are doing, I mean, there's a lot of bad history of the Democrats. I already know that. So,
Yeah, and I am all for holding every politician accountable.
Oh, me
I
too,
have
me
so
too.
many things, bro. I can talk about this every single day, all day. It's crazy. But what they don't understand is like when I say libtards and I say retarded and all this other stuff, right? It never fails that somebody replies on the chat saying, "Well, you're insulting me." Wait, are you a retard? Are you one of the libtards? Like, what do you mean I'm insulting you? Like, why do you claim that? Remember that video? I don't know if you've seen this, but you remember seeing anything like this to where people like somebody will say, we're against all criminals and drug dealers, and all of a sudden you got these black people saying, "Wait a minute, he's racist."
Yeah,
Like-
yeah, exactly. They always do that.
Oh man!
I'm ex-military, so
Hey,
in my
thank you for your
24
service.
years,
I appreciate you.
I love
Much love.
my country, and both my grandfathers were World War II veterans, and
Oh.
my aunt took care of John Wayne for 10 years. So there's a lot of things about my family history I'm finding out after my grandfathers have passed away. So
Oh wow, man,
And
you
I'm
honor me,
60
man.
now.
You really do.
Yeah, I miss them both dearly. Plus my dad and my uncle, they're all gone now. I just have my mother left, and I'm moving up in the mountains. I'm getting out of the valley. I'm so tired of being
Yeah.
where it's noisy and the air's dirty and the people just don't have their heads on straight about things.
Yeah, that's I'm almost half a century old here. I keep telling everybody. Remember, guys, that my birthday's in June. You better put some super chats on there. I should do a GoFundMe or something.
What day of June?
It's 2 days away from President Trump's birthday. It's June
cool.
June 16.
All right.
Yeah, June 16. I'm the good Gemini side. There's bad Geminis out there. Sorry, guys. I don't. I'm just saying.
My uncle and my dad were true Geminis.
Oh yeah.
Both
How do they get along?
Twins. They got along great. Even though they're both gone, they were very close. My uncle Mick died in 47, and my dad died in 2009. So it was hard seeing that happen. 'Cause
Yeah.
they loved each other. They were good to each other.
Yeah, hey, listen, man, that's the kind of stories I want to hear. People don't know I'm a softie, man. I cry for my soldiers. If I go to the
Me too,
cemetery,
brother.
bro,
Me
and
too.
I'm gonna tell you this. People on the left, they always hate me because I didn't serve or whatever. But I'm gonna tell you something. Whenever there's like times where I reflect on the moment, and I see. Do you see my American flag behind me? When I see the American flag flying, there's so much history that comes into mind, and so many people that I have met, and I got family that are in the military. I haven't served, but my family has, and I have this pain, and at the same time joy, and some sort of pride, but sadness, at the same time. And I got to cry, bro. Like, I mean, I'm not going to have to, like, wailing, but, tears come out of my eyes. It hurts, man. Yeah, and it's just like, you can't swallow sort of thing, and I love it. But when people hear me that I appreciate and I love, and it really is a privilege and honor and all this stuff for my military, any serviceman like you and your family, I mean it. And they get mad at me when I go against those veterans who are turning against American citizens. And they don't understand. Like, you just wiped away everything that was honorable about your service and your sacrifice, and now you're turning against the American people. Why? Like, how can I be proud of you? Like, to me, you kind of just, using a title to do your, I don't know, your bidding, but it's not the same. That doesn't bring honor to us, and I can't support those people.
I understand. I had an incident where we built a firing range for the Conroe Sheriff's Department and the FBI when I was in Conroe, Texas back in '95, and they told us we can fire all the weapons except for the sniper rifle. Well, I shot an AR-15 with a silencer on it on line 11, and I shot the target at about 400 yards out in 4 seconds.
With a silencer?
Hire me as a sniper. Yeah, with a silencer on it, which was weird.
Well, yeah, I thought it was harder to do it with a silencer. I thought it loses trajectory and accuracy.
No,
I don't know about rifles. I just had a 9mm.
Yeah, it had about the same recoil and kick, but it wasn't loud. It was kind of weird, but. The guy calls me into his office. He tells me, line 11, don't hold your fire and come into my office.
Nice.
And then I see my name and rank already filled out. And he asked me, we talked for 40 minutes, and he wanted to hire me as a sniper for the FBI. And I said, I would love to take this job, but, to me, I have to think ahead. How is it going to benefit me? What if I kill a bad guy and there's a good person behind him and the bullet goes through both of them? Now I just killed a good person and a bad person.
Yep.
You can't win them all. So,
Yep. There's always what do you call it? This not tragedy, but what do you guys call it? Casualties.
Yeah, casualties. They call them friendly fire. They call
friendly
them
fires. Yeah. Man.
But it's still. I don't think I could sleep good at night knowing if I killed an innocent person.
Yeah, I think even if you killed a very evil guy and you were able to sleep good, I'd be worried.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I know that people get tough and they're like, you know what? Yeah, good, I got him. And it's like, he's done. But at the same time, it's like something has to be ended and be like, well, that was alive as well.
Right.
I don't like it, but it had to be done. And that's the conviction that I will expect from people. I'm sure that, that's how I would react. And I will tell you this. As people say that, I don't know, there's a name that they call me because I didn't serve Dodger or something like that. I don't know what the hell it is.
Yeah, they call them drop dodgers, but you know what?
Yeah. You know what they don't understand?
Bullshit.
They don't understand this. If I go to war and I become emotionally unstable, like a Marine that I showed on X, going off on the senator and doing all this stuff and saying my wife is Palestinian, and it's like, oh my God, bro, you're a Marine, man.
He got his hand broken in that door jam. Am I right?
Did he? I don't know. I didn't.
There was another one where they showed him. I guess he was inside the area where they were having their meetings. And the guy tried to push him back out, and he grabbed the edge of the door, and somehow the door smashed or broke his wrist or something like that.
Man.
And I'm thinking, okay,
Yeah.
And this was a Marine, in uniform, and I'm thinking, oh boy.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, I feel like, I'm an emotional guy, and I fight my ADD, ADHD all the time. I've always been like. I played goalkeeper since I was 5 years old. I've always been very athletic. I've never been huge. I was ripped like one of those dolls for action figures. Like I had obliques, bro. Bro, you will not meet anybody with obliques nowadays. But I had obliques like crazy. I had a 6-pack on obliques. It was funny.
I used to when I was younger, but when I hurt my back, it's been hard to get my back and my body back in shape.
Same here. But you know what? But I've been very athletic and all this other stuff. And the excuse that they told me why I couldn't joke, because I wanted to be an army guy. I wanted to go on the ground and I want to go shoot people on the ground. I want to be in the front lines. I want to die a hero. I know this sounds stupid, but that's how I wanted to go. If I wanted to go in life, that's the best way for me to go, fighting like a hero for my country. It doesn't matter what the reason was. I'm representing my country. I'm going to die American, and I'm going to be American, period. That was just my mentality, right? At 18 years old, they said was something wrong with my feet. I wouldn't be able to handle the marching or whatever, and I just gave up on it, right? Some people tell me,
Well, yeah,
"Oh,
if you
there's
have
other ways
flat
to
feet-
serve." You know,
If you have flat feet, you're carrying all that gear, you're going to have a bad back eventually. That's the whole
brother,
point.
that is so painful.
Oh man, trust me. It is.
I've done it. I'm a photographer, and I love taking photos in the wild in the mountains. And my gear is only like 50 pounds. You know, I mean, that's a lot
Right.
actually, but like 50 pounds. And oh my, it is such a killer. I kid you not. It feels like your hips are gonna break apart.
Yeah, I was
It's-
carrying about 70 pounds of stuff, and we were doing training with what do they call it? The tactical gear that uses lasers.
oh,
And this was in Texas, where they had the B-1B bombers when Reagan was president. And I was carrying all this gear, and I'm crawling on the ground in the dark, and I tried to roll over. When I rolled over, I rolled on my canteen, which I had, belted to my side.
Yep,
Man,
yep.
I hurt my back. I get up, and I'm looking, and as I'm looking, I see the guys coming over the hill, and this is like just before the sunrise. And I used my my laser stuff, and I shot at them, and I heard all their it's called Miles gear. It's lasers with beepers and shit. And
Okay.
I got like 10 of them, and then these were the aggressors, and I was defending our camp, and that's what I was doing, was field training, and I remember that like yesterday.
yeah. No, hey, listen, man. I thank you. What was your first name again, sir?
First name Gregory.
Gregory.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for trying to protect our land and our country and keeping the oath that you made to the American people. Man, it's such an honor. It really is to hear stories from real American soldiers and the history of your grandparents. You must be a very proud American right now.
Yeah, my grandfather, my mom's side, was a jet mechanic. He worked during World War II, and when he got out of the military, he'd already had 30 years. And then he went and worked at the airlines for American Airlines before 9/11. And then when they filed bankruptcy, my grandfather and my grandmother, she worked as a ticket salesperson, and that's how they met. In fact,
Nice.
when he got his pilot's license on a plane, he flew her up and proposed to her on a plane. It wasn't like she could refuse to get married, right? This is way back when.
Yeah.
This is the kind of family stories my mom was telling me, and I thought, man, I got to write a book about this stuff.
Oh man,
it's
you
incredible.
should. You should, man. I know memory's not going to be all 100% recollected, but I mean, you should write a book. I will definitely read it. I want to write a book about my childhood and all the suffering and my way to
should.
come here as a migrant and how I've never been able to. It's not assimilate. What do you call it when you come to a country and you just can't stop thinking about the land that you came from? I think it's like culture shock.
Yeah, it's culture shock. It's remorse because you feel like you're betraying your own country or your what do they call it? Like your prior ancestors.
Well, here's the thing. So when my mother brought me here to this country, and I know I don't want to keep in the phone too long, but my mother brought me to this country, right? I've always been very proud of my land, where I come from. I have ancestry from Indian, Afro, and Spaniard, in my bloodline.
Right.
But the culture shock to me was not, Americans, right? No, the culture shock was that in Honduras, you can be black, white, brown, Asian. We're Honduran, and that's it. That's all I see. And if you're a friend of mine, I'm hugging you. You know what I mean? Like we're walking with like locked arms on the shoulders, and we're boys. Well, here in America, white is white and black is black.
Yeah,
and somebody called me a faggot because I put my arm around his shoulder, thinking we were friends, and when he said that to me, it broke my heart. Like what? Whoa, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
I had that happen to me in high school, and I looked at this girl because she called me that, and I had a crush on her, and she called me a faggot in the history classroom, and then I looked at her and I go, why do you got to be so damn mean? And then she was a cheerleader, and she went to get an examination. Turns out she had scoliosis, and she's crying. She comes back like a week later to school, and she's crying. And I walked up to her and I go, I heard what the nurse said. And I said, Do you think I'm a faggot? Because I really do care about you. I said this. I had a crush on you all this time, and when you called me a faggot, it almost broke my heart. And she cried and gave me a hug, and we became good friends. We actually became good friends before we graduated.
Oh, that's awesome.
You know, but I knew I was going in the military before I graduated, so
Yeah.
I had to let her know, hey, I'm going in the military, by the way. But I wanted her to understand that, you know, you got to look. You got to look deeper inside people. You can't just judge them by who they hang with. You know?
Yeah, I'll give you one of my love stories. Okay, one of my lust crushes that I've ever had. So you have to understand something. For some reason, okay. Now here we go. Anybody on the left that wants to go ahead and clown on me on this, that's okay. There is something about coming to the United States of America. I want you to understand something. I have never, ever believed or seen, nor do I still believe today, that anybody is better than me. Not black, not white. I never, ever accept that. I am very competitive, okay? Just keep that in mind. But when I came to this country, now I had crushes on girls in Honduras. There's a lot of beautiful girls over there.
Oh, there's a lot of beautiful women. I've been to Panama. I've been to Belize. I've been to Central America.
There's a lot of ugly ones too, though, bro. There's a lot of ugly ones out there.
But I've seen the ones that were really aggressive and were really sweet. And, you know, I was learning a little bit of their language, too, on top of it. And it was very intriguing to me. And meeting women from another country, it's a whole different ballgame from the American women here where I grew up. It's a big difference.
I'm going to tell you this. I think I've only met one girl that was very white, blonde, with blue eyes in Honduras. I had a crush on her and they moved. But when I came to the States, there was this brunette girl. I'm not going to say her name because if there's any people from high school here that know me, they're going to be like, what a loser. Anyway, so I came here. And I went to, I think it was 7th grade or 8th grade. I took a French class. This is when I started taking my French classes.
Oh, yeah, I had French too. Comment allez-vous, monsieur?
Yeah. Parlez-vous français? Hey, let's go. Yeah. Comment ça va? Comme ci, comme ça. Yeah, I love that.
I had a crush on my French teacher. She was beautiful.
So look, I'm Hispanic, and for some reason, French, even though I don't speak French, it makes sense to me. Like I can have a half conversation with somebody, but it kind of makes more sense to me. So I used to sit in the back, okay, of this classroom, and she used to sit right next to me. And whenever we were doing our homework, I'm just going off, like, you know, I'm writing and I'm, you know, blah, 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 this and that. And then she just kept looking at me, and I looked at her and her green eyes, bro.
Wow.
Man, that's like a love at first sight right there. Plus, you know, I'm freshly new in the States. This white girl looked so beautiful to me. It looked like an angel. And so we went to school together. And, you know, 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade. And every year is like, man, I'm young. I shouldn't be looking for girls, right? But I had such a crush on her. And I'm like, man, I want to go out with her. Like, I want to be her boyfriend. And here in America, you know, they allow kids to go out, you know, and so she always had a boyfriend. Like, dang, man, every time she'll break up with somebody, you know, I had a chance to go say something, and I didn't, right? And so, oh man, 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade. In 11th grade, I told you I was ripped. After we finished football, they needed yell leaders. Guys that they can do stunts with, and so she grabbed me and says, "Hey, why don't you? We need some help, you know, in cheerleading." I know this is gonna make the news with these lip tarts, but you know, I was a yell leader, and so I became a yell leader with her, and she taught me to do the chair, which is where you put your hand underneath her. She sits on your hand, you lift up, and blah blah blah. And so I grabbed a couple of the guys with me. And, you know, I was so embarrassed because I had a crush on her and I just couldn't tell her. And every time that I had the guts to say it, she had somebody else already. So long story short, 2 weeks before we graduated high school, I told her, I said, hey, you know what? I almost said the name. I said, hey, I just wanted to say, I'm looking at her. She looks so beautiful, bro. You have no idea. She looked very pretty to me. And I said, listen, I'm just going to say it because, you know, it's been how many years now we've been together in school. Man, I had the biggest crush since we were in this grade, and I always wanted to go out with you, and I just never had the guts to say it. But now that we're good friends, I can confess it to you. And I said, but it's like I'm going to graduate, and I never knew. I was afraid of what you would say. But if I would have asked you to go out with me, what would you have done? She says, well, you're stupid because I would have gone out with you a long time ago. I said,
Man.
oh,
You know
well,
what it is?
are you available? She says, no, I just got together a couple of weeks ago with this guy.
It's your impression. It's your impression of you that keeps you from asking a girl out. It's your own.
Yeah.
It's like,
Well, I saw her
that
so
same
much
problem.
beautiful than me. I mean, like she was out of my league, so to speak.
I had this girl that sat next to me in biology class. Her name was Brenda Lujan. Oh, beautiful girl. God, I come back from the military. I'm in South Sacramento at an Army depot applying for a job, and she's about 8-10 people over at a table, and she's working for a job agency. And I look over and I go, Brenda? And she goes, yeah. And then she looks at me and she goes, Greg. And I go, holy shit, girl. And she let me cut the line just to come up to talk to her. I told her my invitation.
Nice.
And I said to myself, damn, that girl looks better. I mean, she looked way more mature, but she was beautiful back then when she sat next to me in class.
Yeah. Brian says that you
my
snooze, you lose. And that's true. That is true. That's crazy stories, man. But they're true stories, and if they ever see this show, they're gonna be like, "Damn, Dennis, I know who you're talking about." Yeah, she was fantastic, man. One of the things that I love about high school back in the times in the early '90s when I graduated was the teachers back then. So different. They were like second parents to me, man, and they. My world history teacher was Mr. Brian Davis. Was this old man, black old man, and he used to talk about Martin Luther King and the slavery, and I learned all my history that I could from him. I used to pass out sometimes because his voice is one of those flat voices that just puts you to sleep. But
it wasn't a Morgan Freeman voice.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like he was like, how can I say this? It's not. I mean, I was working a lot to be able to sustain myself, but but he was so soothing, if I can say it that way, that I felt so at peace that I would just pass out. I love listening to his stories. Like
He had a calming voice, in other words.
It's one of the grandfathers that I want. I wanted a grandfather like that. I never met my grandfather. Believe it or not, let's see if we can do the math on this before we go.
Sure.
Let's see. My mother had me at 41 years old. Okay.
Oh, wow.
My grandmother had my mother at 40 years old. So just weird. Between the birth of my, there's like 80 years already, right?
Right.
Is that right?
Yeah.
40 plus 40, 80. Okay. Basically. Now, my grandfather was 28 years older than my grandmother. So today, I am almost 50 years old. Okay, so if we go back 50 years, let's call it 50 years, we go back to 1970, right? 75. Okay, 1975. 76 is when I was born. So 1975, and then we take 40 years, and that's when my mother was born. So that's 1935, right? Or so.
Yeah.
And then we have 40 years again, and that's 1890 for my mother. At 28 years, I think, right? That's how it goes? Is it 28? No, it's more because she didn't have my mother. My mother was the last one. So let's just say 30 years, right? Mm-hmm. From 1890, my grandfather was at least in the 1850s, bro. Just the grandfather. Now, it's like there's 4 generations within 20 years. Just like, it's crazy.
It's all math.
But what the crazy thing is, like, even though back in the day, my grandma was 16, my mother was 15 when they got married, they were faithful, they were loyal, they were I'm a one-man woman, and that's just how it went. And they were,
that's how I am.
They're really old school, and they were happy.
Old-fashioned, yeah.
Yeah, they appreciated. Tanya says hi, babe. They appreciate. Hi, Tanya. I have to say it like my wife does.
Tatya. That's like my ex-wife's daughter's name, Tatya. She's Russian.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, ain't that funny?
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, but anyway, man, 1850, bro. Imagine that. That's like almost this pin that I have for 250-year birthday of the United States of
Right.
America. Greg, thank you so much, sir, for your service. I enjoy the conversation. We got some little stories from school days and
Oh yeah.
broken hearted
Makes
and
me feel young
crushes. Yeah, the next time we get another live, please do call in. All right, thank you so much for your time.
I look younger than I look younger than 60, so I still have that advantage these
Well,
days.
I better look younger than 50. Hopefully, people don't get disappointed when they see me in person.
Save my number on your system. Hopefully, when I get up in the mountains, I will be doing some things, mining gold and having fun with it. But
Right on.
I wanna donate to your cause.
Oh, thank you, brother.
I'm just not sure when I'm going to do it because it's going to take me a while to move.
I'm not waiting for it. I just love the fact that you called in, and I appreciate you, Patriot.
I had to. I wrote your number down. I'm going to save it on my phone, and I hope I can donate to you because I really enjoy what you're doing.
Thank you.
And I admire you for doing it. You got a lot
Thank
of
you.
guts.
I appreciate it. Not like you, but thank you for that. You honor me with those words. Thank you so much. You have a wonderful day. Be blessed.
You too. God bless.
Thanks.
Bye.
All right, I got to save his number. That was our Patriot Gregory, but we're going to put Greg. Sometimes I think I should put the whole name so they don't get. And you can text me your name there, Greg, and then I want to make sure I save the right number because somebody else called as well when you were on. Let's see. All right. If anybody else is going to call in, now is the time to do it. All right, let's see. There we go. Give me a second. I don't want to miss it. There you go. Patriot. Right on. Awesome. Anybody else? There was somebody else calling in. If you're from South California, I want you to call in and tell me something. Tell me what you think about what's going on in California. I want to know about California because Gavin Newsom said that Trump is a destroyer. He's not a builder, and he is a builder. Robert says, keep him in line, precious. Don't listen to Robert. Ignore that comment that I just read. Sir, you stay in line there, buddy. Why don't you go do some laundry? He said he had to do some laundry, but he thinks women should do the laundry. Hey, my wife does my laundry. How about that? Thank you, True Sayer. Appreciate you guys being in here. Man, Greg, what a blessing. What an honor you put on me. And I think that I have enough witnesses so that the libtards don't get a fast one on me. All right, the phone number is going to stay on there if somebody wants to call in. I want to play this clip. Somebody did a good job. His name is, it's a Business Insider. It's what who put this clip out. And this is from, the speech that we actually listened to live, but I really like this part.
Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest. After 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far. In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States. And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act to stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID. All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. So despite the disappointing ruling, many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love. I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these oft-forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year as we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market. Let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans. I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory, so that no one's prices will go up, and in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community, and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Amen. I love it. Thank you, POTUS. Before we listen to the other live stream, the other stream that we're going to do about the Americas joining together. That's going to be a really nice one. I can't wait to play it. I want to say thank you to all our people who serve in the military. Let me see. I have a special place that I have here on my folder for you. I really love to honor our veterans. Where is my photo? This is a photo that I have made for our veterans. You can see that. That's I think that's all, right? Who am I missing here? Air Force, Army, National Guard, Space. Yeah, NASA, I guess. That's also a good one. But yeah, I love these pictures right here. That's beautiful. Thank you all for your service. I really mean it. Thank you. Thank you all who served with honor. All those who serve with honor, who sacrifice so that we can have a free country today where we can exercise our rights. Thank you so much. All right, with that being said, a lot of people on the left have always complained about me, to me, about President Trump doing other things and he's not honoring the fallen. Greg is, Mike and others who are veterans on here, you guys know that war is never pretty. Soldiers are not a decoration of any country, and that their service should be respected. I know a lot of people on the left have given veterans a bad welcoming back from Vietnam and all these other wars from the Gulf and Iraq and all these other things. People on the left, they just don't understand the duty, the sacrifice that our soldiers, who are not there to be dollies, the sacrifices that they make. It's not cool. Never disrespect our soldiers when they come back from a battle or war that you agree or disagree with. Always support them and love them. You know, it brings shame to me when I see people hating our National Guard, our Army on the streets, looking at them like there's some sort of evil foreigners trying to destroy our land instead of being happy that they are there to use their their time, their energy, their skills to protect us from criminals. Here, they're meant to protect us from foreign and domestic terrorisms, and I think that when government cannot control the crime in our cities, well, the military is there to help us. They're not there to go against American citizens who are law-abiding. They're there to protect us from those evil ones that, as good as the police is, they can't protect us. So the military is more than just some people that go out to some wars without any brains. These people have feelings like we do, and they are proud to be Americans. And I am so honored and happy. Greg, for calling in and sharing the stories with the grandparents and all this other stuff is fantastic. But I want to take a moment to go ahead and show some respect. There's no audio on this. Yeah, there's no sound. No sound is coming from it. Trying to find some music for you guys so you can get bored. You're just honoring our fallen heroes. You know, I guess I can talk about it. When I see people on my chat, they come in here and they start judging us. You know, we are not honoring our fallen heroes. Where's President Trump? Why is he not saying anything? This and that. And then the moment that he does, they come into this chat and they just tell us, "Oh, look, just a photo op." You just can't never please these people. I don't understand why. I really don't know why. BC Gay is back, guys. Oh, I lost mind speak. And now people think that there's an audio problem, but there is no audio on this. BC Gay, you're Canadian. Your opinion doesn't count in here unless you support Americans. I say you can't send just anyone out there. Not everybody can be a soldier. The mentality of people thinking that anybody can be a soldier, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You know, when you force people to join the military, you get those bad apples. You get people that are very fragile mentally, people that are just lose it, you know. Like me, I will probably be too unstable emotionally. Who knows? Maybe I wouldn't. Maybe I would be the best soldier that they would ever have. But not everybody can do it. And again, if you haven't watched this live from the beginning, you missed all the comments that I made about it. But nonetheless, thank you for stopping by and saying hello. Appreciate that. At least we got 100 views at least today. We'll go ahead and speed up a little bit. Just a little bit. I'll control the speed. And that is it. We got our fallen heroes back home. And with that, we get to watch. I want you to pay attention to this right here because something's going on here. One thing that a lot of people don't understand, I'm sure most people with common sense do, but sometimes people don't understand why we are doing what we are doing today and why we support the policies that should be implemented since the beginning of time. But I want to talk about the things that are going on around the world. You guys already heard me explain this over and over, and I will continue to explain it because there's always new people coming in. But one of the things that we know is NATO. NATO has not been doing a good job at all. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being too harsh. But, they're more, concentrating on their side over there, on the other side of the hemisphere. And I think that when they do meddle into the affairs here on the Western Hemisphere, I don't think they do a good job, and they just get in the way. And I think NATO is a waste of money. Nonetheless, they have a great leader, a great secretary that makes me think twice about making that statement. So we support NATO. So I think that what you guys are going to watch, this is like a NATO, but for Latin America, only for Americas, okay? Now, you will notice one thing out of this whole thing here that we're going to watch. A lot of Latin countries are here, including Honduras. And you will notice Mexico did not show up. This is, Marco Rubio is going to speak on here. If I remember, Trump just Cuba a week to surrender. Trump just gave Cuba a week to surrender because their people are suffering, and Marco will really is going to love this particularly this job. Yeah, I agree. I think that Marco Rubio is looking forward to it. I think that is a Cuban descent that he's looking forward to helping Cuba get to the place where they need to be. And I'm going to tell you, I know a lot of Cuban people. They are beautiful people, and they need a lot of help. And I know the leftists, for some reason, and maybe not just the leftists, but just people who think emotionally won't understand why we have to go and help these people. When we put America first, we have to not just fix the problems internally, but we have to fix the problems externally so that we can look out for things for the future of our nation. I wish that the people that are against us right now, that they will just join us and help us locally, domestically, and allow for the federal government to, spend more time and money, securing our country with foreign countries. But instead, the Democrats have chosen to hate Trump so much that they don't have room in their heart to help the American people thrive. People complain about tariffs, but they don't complain about local taxes. The only people that complain about local taxes are conservatives because we know how much it's hurting the economy. Everybody on the left wants to blame Trump for a bad economy, but then they say nothing to their senators, to the representatives. They say nothing to their mayors. They say nothing to the governors. They are responsible for your local economy. And tariffs are not destroying your local economy. Is it affecting it? Yes. Is it destroying it? No. What is making businesses go out of business? Taxes, BO taxes, wealth taxes, property taxes, sales taxes, tax. I can never stop saying tax, because this is what they do. This is what they believe. They believe this is how they make money. No, working is how you make money. Providing more employment is how you make money. They keep doing this tactic of Bidenomics. They think that by taking away jobs and then giving them back to the people is creating jobs. That's not creating jobs, okay? So, for all my patrons that are here, thank you for being here. Let's take a listen to this meeting because I think it's a really good one.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much. It's been a pretty wild time, but it's going very well. Sit down, please. And tremendous progress has been made, as you're probably seeing just by watching. We're doing something. I built the military and rebuilt it and made it really strong in my first administration, along with a lot of other things we did. We had a great first term. And now we're using it. Unfortunately, we have to. But you're seeing how great it is. There's no military like it on earth, not even close. And we're doing very well in Iran. You see the result. And it's been amazing. We've knocked out 42 Navy ships, some of them very large, in 3 days. That was the end of the Navy. We knocked out their Air Force. We knocked out their communications, and all telecommunications is gone. I don't know how they communicate, but I guess they will figure something out. It's not working out too well. And they're bad people. They're just bad people. When you look at October 7th and beyond October 7th, look at all the killing that they've done over the years, for 47 years. And this had to be done. They were very close to a nuclear weapon. They would have had one if we didn't do our B-2 hit, Midnight Hammer. They would have had it 8 months ago. They would have had a nuclear weapon, and, you know, they're crazy, and they would have used it. So we did the world a favor. And they said, well, how are you doing on a scale of 0 to 10? How are you doing with the attack? And I said, about a 15, I would say, with 10 being the best. But it's something that had to be done, and we're doing it well. And I want to thank everybody involved. I'll be going right after this. I'll be leaving for Dover, very sad situation, to greet the families of the heroes coming home from Iran, coming home in a different manner than they thought they'd be coming home. But they're great heroes in our country, and we're going to keep it that way. There's always, when it comes to war, there's always that. But we're going to keep it to a minimum, I think, Pete, and going to be something, a service that we're really providing, not for the Middle East, but for the world. These were sick people, very sick people. This morning, I'm honored to welcome distinguished heads of state from across the Western Hemisphere for the first Shield of the Americas Summit. And it's something very, very special. Marco's been working on it very hard, so have a lot of other people, because it's a very important place for us. It's nice to be home. It's very, very important. You know, we go all over the world, 9,000 miles away, 12,000 miles away. I said, how long is this flight? Sir, this flight is 19 hours. I said, oh, that's great. I said, now I have flights that last for 2 hours. I like that better. Much better. But on this historic day, we come together to announce a brand new military coalition to eradicate the criminal cartels plaguing our region. And you have a lot of it. One of the things when we were talking backstage, you were telling me the crime, the cartels, and we're knocking the hell out of them where we can. We're going to go heavier. You saw what we were doing with the boats coming in. The boats, there's not a lot of people coming in by boats anymore. We knocked down drugs coming in by sea. Drugs coming in through water is down 96%. We're trying to find out who the other 4% are, because I think they're the bravest people in the world. Either that or they don't watch television, right? They're either very brave or they're not watching. But we're calling this military partnership the America's Counter Cartel Coalition. And that's what you need. You have cartels. They seem to grow in this region unbelievably rapidly. It has to do with drugs largely. Earlier this week here in Miami, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, who's right here. Pete, you are fantastic, doing a great job. We're proud of you. And representatives of 17 different nations formally entered this new alliance. The heart of our agreement is a commitment to using lethal military force to destroy the sinister cartels and terrorist networks once and for all. We'll get rid of them. We need your help. You have to just tell us where they are. We have amazing weaponry, as you probably noticed over the last short period of time. But I want to thank members of the coalition, most of whom are friends of mine. Few of them I just met, but most of whom are friends, many of whom I endorsed. And they took that endorsement and they went on to win big. I haven't had a bad endorsement yet, right? He says, yes. He was happy. He was a couple of points down and went up like a rocket ship, right, in Argentina. But the president of Argentina is here, Javier Milei. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here. President of El Salvador, another friend, Nayib Bukele. You know, he is a man who we've gotten very close to. I saw him as a young man my first term. You were young and handsome. Now you're older and handsome. You're older and handsome. But he runs a good operation. That's all I care about, right? When I first saw him, I said, he's too young. And then I saw the job he did. I said, well, I guess he's not too young, because I was young and did well. But you've been a great president, and we appreciate the relationship very much. President of Paraguay, Santiago Peña, thank you very much. Thank you very much. President of Ecuador, Danielle Noboa. Danielle, thank you. Thank you, Danielle. President of Panama, I love that canal. Jose, I think he made the greatest deal in history. He bought it for $1. One of our brilliant presidents. I can't sleep over that deal. They gave it to him for $1. Jose Raul Molino, whereas, you know, you made one of the greatest real estate deals in history. Jimmy Carter, one of our great presidents. President of Honduras, Tito Asfora. Thank you, Tito. Thank you very much. Great to see you the other day. President of Guyana, Irfan Ali. Thank you. President of Bolivia, Rodrigo Paz. Thank you very much. Great people. Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. And I have to be very careful with this because, you know, your first name is very similar to a first name that we have, but fortunately it's pronounced different. It's Kamala, as opposed to Kamala. I like Kamala better in many ways. And I just want to say thank you very much, but I had to be careful with that first name. I didn't want to get it mixed up because it would ruin your reputation completely. Right? I said, is this the same pronunciation? No, sir, it's a little different. It's Cam, right? Cam, as opposed to Cam. Well, we don't like Cam. President of Costa Rica, Rodrigo Chavez, as well as the President-elect of Costa Rica, Laura Fernandez Delgado. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. And the President of the Dominican Republic, Luis Abinader. And so many of my friends are in the Dominican, including the Sugar King, right? He is indeed the Sugar King. He got a lot of sugar. I don't know if that's good or bad, but he's got a lot of it, right? But we're grateful to be joined as well by the President-elect of Chile, Jose Cast. Congratulations. It's an endorsement. Gave you a little endorsement. I love when I give endorsements and people win. But you know what? They don't lose. You know, I don't know. I guess it would be illegal. Could you imagine if I could say they spend millions and millions and millions of dollars on a campaign? They're losing, and they beg me for an endorsement. I give them an endorsement. They win by 30 points, and I get nothing. If I could sell that, is there a way? Do we have any of our legal people here? Marco's close enough. Is there a way I could get paid for that, Marco? I'd make a lot. They spend millions of dollars, and I give it for nothing. I could, even if I put it into the Treasury of the United States, it would be pretty good, right, Marco? But Marco's saying that's not a good idea. No, but it's an honor to do it. It's an honor to have that power where I can endorse somebody, and even in foreign countries. Here it was, we had one in this week, 124-0 with endorsements, and so that's good. But now I'm doing foreign countries all of a sudden. They're saying, sir, would you endorse me? And it's an honor. If I like you, I only do it if I think you're good. You know, if I think you're not good, I've turned down many more than I've accepted, believe me. I want to thank Secretary of State Marco Rubio for his leadership in organizing this really important summit. He's fantastic. He's a fantastic Secretary of State. And thus far, look, we've had the most incredible year of any president, I think, by, I ended 8 wars. We're not going to go into it too much today, but what we've done is incredible. And we're going to be doing some incredible things together, because I look at our region, if I can call it that, as being very important. It's been abandoned by the United States for so many years. You know, they went so far away. They went to these faraway places where they weren't even wanted. And a lot of stupid people, really stupid people. But Marco's going to go down, I think, as the best Secretary of State in history. That's my opinion. Now, I'm a little prejudiced because I like him too. But I think he's on his way. So you've done 25%. You got 75%. He's got 3 years left. So he's got 25% under your belt. So far, you're leading. You're very leading by just about a smidge over a couple of pretty great ones, right? We've had a couple of pretty great ones, right? But I think he's going to do that. And I think Pete's right there, too. If Pete keeps going, he's going to be something, too. At what he does. All of the nations in this room share the same priorities: security, prosperity, free commerce, and the rule of law. And you want the rule of law. Sometimes your communities don't let you have it because you got some rough communities, right? That's why together we're also forming the Shield of Americas, a new organization to advance these shared priorities in our hemisphere. And we're pleased to be joined as well by Secretaries Pete Hegseth, Scott Bessent. Scott, thank you very much, Scott. Oh, it has to be a big deal if you're here. Well, he controls the purse strings of the country. You know, he goes on television and he just soothes everybody. He did it yesterday. The prices were going. He got on. He's a soothing person. He's actually a killer, but I don't want to say that. No, he's a soothing person. He goes on television. Right, Pete? I think nobody better. So we could use him for war every once in a while, you know, soothe. Although we don't really want that kind of a personality for war. We want your personality for war. You're just perfect. Howard Lutnick. Thank you, Howard. Chris Wright. Kristi Noem. Along with U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer, who you all know and you deal with. You deal very successfully. I ask Jamieson all the time, can you get more? Can you get more? He's the king of tariffs, right? But he's very gentle. We want to be very gentle with our friends, right, Jamieson? Deputy Secretary of State Chris Landau. Chris, where is Chris? I haven't seen Chris. He's fantastic. He was an incredible student. He went to the best schools, and he was #1 in his class at all times. And Marco saw that and saw the talent he's got, and she said, that's the guy I want as a deputy, and I heard you're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller. Stephen is, I don't have to tell you anything about Stephen. Everyone knows. There's nothing, Stephen, there's nothing I can say. He's fantastic, that's all I can say. And Senator Bernie Moreno, who's a credible friend of mine, and he ran a great race. He was not given much of a chance. He was running against a person who was there for a long time and was sort of considered a shoo-in, right, Bernie? And we knocked him out. We knocked him out. He's trying to make a comeback, but we took him out. And Bernie's done a great job. For decades, leaders in this region have allowed large swaths of territory, the Western Hemisphere, to come under the direct control and transnational gangs have taken over and they've run areas of your country. We're not going to let that happen. We'll help you. And bloodthirsty cartels that impose their will through murder, torture, extortion, drug trafficking, bribery, and terror. And some of you are in danger. I mean, you're actually in danger. It's hard to believe. But we're working with you to do whatever we have to do. We'll use missiles. If you want us to use a missile, they're extremely accurate. Boom, right into the living room. That's the end of that cartel person. But we'll do whatever you need if you want. A lot of countries don't want to do that. They say, oh, sure, I'd rather not have that. I'd rather not have that. I believe they could be spoken to. I don't think so. Many of them don't want, and that's okay, too. You're going to do you. But if you need help, you're going to let us know, okay? Many of the cartels have developed sophisticated military operations, highly sophisticated. In some cases, they say they're more powerful than the military in the country. We can't have that. These brutal criminal organizations pose an unacceptable threat to national security, and they provide a dangerous gateway for foreign adversaries in our region. And we don't want them near our country either. We don't want them to come in. They're cancer, you know. They're cancer, and we don't want it spreading. We have a very strong border. You know, we have a border now where for 9 months, 0 people have been able to come through. It's hard to believe, actually, because we went from 25 million people coming in over the Sleepy Joe Biden, one of the worst presidents in history of the world. He was the worst president in the history of our country. We've had some pretty bad ones. Recently, we've had some pretty bad ones, but he's the worst. But he would go down as one of the worst in the world. I'm going to up his category now. It's horrible what he did. And what he didn't do was probably worse than what he did. Every leader here today is united in the conviction that we cannot and will not tolerate the lawlessness in our hemisphere any longer. The only way to defeat these enemies is by unleashing the power of our militaries. We have to use our military. You have to use your military. You can't fight these people with... And you have great police. You have some great police, but they threaten your police. They scare your police. You're going to use your military. In many cases, our forces have already been working closely with yours, and the United States looks forward to deepening and expanding that cooperation in the months ahead. And it's so good that we got to know so many of you. I mean, we're so many. And I'd love to get to your countries at some point. Marco loves going to your countries. He's always at one of these countries. He likes your countries the best, okay? You know, where are you? I'm in Chile. Oh, good. How's Chile doing? Good. He likes it. He feels very comfortable. We all like him, right? It helps. He's got a language. He's got a language advantage over me, because I'm not learning your damn language. I don't have time. I was okay with languages, but I'm not going to spend time learning your language. That much I won't do. Just give me a good interpreter. Interpreter, very important. And I know if somebody's good. I may not speak the language, but I know I had an interpreter recently that wasn't good, talking to a very strong person from a different part of the world. And I could tell, even though I don't speak the language, I could tell the interpreter was not good. When you go, when I give a long, flowing, beautiful sentence, and in this case it was a woman, and she gave it in about 1/4 the time, I said, well, their language may be efficient, but it's not that efficient. And I could also tell when I have great interpreters. Interpreters are very important. You know, you have a bad interpreter. You think you're doing well? Boy, did I do a good job talking to this one or that. Was I great when I spoke to Putin today? Was I great when I spoke to President Xi? Was I great? But if the interpreter isn't speaking right, or is weak, or is ineffective, or is just not good, or not interpreting your words correctly, in one case we had an interpreter who, when she disagreed with what we were saying, she actually changed it. We considered her a foreign minister, right? But no, the interpreter is, I talk about it all the time. Interpreters are really important. When you don't speak the language, they don't speak the language. People have no idea. People have no idea how valuable, and I'm on them all the time, people have no idea how valuable a good interpreter is. But over the last year, the world has witnessed the supreme power of the United States. We're the most powerful military country in the world. Again, I rebuilt it I spent so much time rebuilding it, over $1 trillion, and now we just had another budget. We may be going to $1.5 trillion. We're building a thing called a battleship, like in the old days, remember? We have a Secretary of the Navy, and he suggested, I've always said, why don't we have battleships anymore, shooting big bullets instead of, $3 million rockets? And they said, well, sir, we just don't have them. Nobody could give me the answer, but we're actually building 10 of them. And I said, you remember the old ones you'd see Victory at Sea, remember Victory at Sea? And you'd see these ships going through those waves like the waves were nothing, although the waves are pretty powerful. They knock out a lot of territory, but you'd see these incredible, they're pieces of art. Beautiful, most beautiful, the big battleships of the 1940s, right? Power. I said, well, would we ever want to bring them back? Because we have some of them. They're museums and other things. And they said, sir, the new ship is 100 times more powerful than what we were looking at with those guns in front. Amazing, right? 100 times. I said, you sure it's not maybe 90 times? 100 times more powerful. And we're building 10 of them. Not to use them. We don't want to use them. But by having them, nobody's going to play games. So, just good to have them. We don't want to use them. They'll say, oh, he's very militaristic. I'm the one that ended 8 wars. I'm the one that, and we have another one coming, I think. The easiest was that, and that was just, and as you would understand this, the hatred between Putin and his counterpart is so great, okay? It's so great that, Ukraine, Russia, you'd think there'd be a little bit of camaraderie, there's not. And the hatred is so great, it's very hard for them to get there. It's very, very hard to get there. So we'll see what happens, but we've been close a lot of times, and one or the other would back out. But we're losing, they're losing. It doesn't really affect us very much because we've got an ocean separating. I'm doing it as a favor to Europe, and I'm doing it as a favor to life, because they're losing 25,000 souls. Think of that every month, 25,000. Last month, 31,000, both sides, 31,000 people died, mostly soldiers. So I have an ability to get those things done, to bring people together, and I did great with so many. India, Pakistan, that was going to be a disaster. I was raging for a number of days. I did that through trade. I used tariffs and trade, and it was amazing. But we did amazing. One was 32 years, one was 34, and one was 37 years, and we got it done very quickly. And we'll get this one done too. But the hatred is hatred's an amazing thing. People do bad things, and people don't get things done when the hatred is too great. That's a lot of it. Just as we formed a coalition to eradicate ISIS in the Middle East, we must now do the same thing to eradicate the cartels at home. So we did eradicate ISIS. Now, during the 4 years, we had a rigged election. You probably read about it, probably heard something. So it gave me 4 years to contemplate and to stage my comeback. I staged big comeback. They say it was a comeback. I didn't think it was a comeback because I had the people on my side. So I didn't view it as a comeback, but they did everything possible during that 4 years. They're crooked politicians, dirty cops. They're dirty cops. They did everything possible to make it impossible for me to win. And I won in a landslide. But during that period of time, I learned a lot. And I learned how you people, and I saw it so badly, how you're suffering with what's happening with the crime in the region. And I said, if we ever come back, we're going to eradicate that crime. And I'm going to work with you. And if you want, we're going to do it. We can do it pretty easily. As part of our commitment to countering the cartel presence in our region, we must recognize the epicenter of cartel violence is Mexico. The Mexican cartels are fueling and orchestrating much of the bloodshed and chaos in this hemisphere, and the United States government will do whatever is necessary to defend our national security and to protect the safety of the American people. No, look, it's coming through Mexico. And I like the president very much. She's a very good person. She's got a beautiful voice, a beautiful woman, but beautiful voice. President, President, President. I said, let me eradicate the cartels. No, 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 please, President. We have to eradicate them. We have to knock the hell out of them because they're getting worse. They're taking over that country. The cartels are running Mexico. We can't have that. Too close to us, too close to you. But everything comes in through Mexico, mostly. At the same time, all of us must recommit to ensuring that law and order within our own nations, and that includes showing zero tolerance for the gang activity, tremendous gang activity in Venezuela. That's in much better shape than it ever has been. We've developed a great relationship in Venezuela. The savages who murder and rape with impunity must be permanently removed from society. We must not allow our criminal justice systems to be corrupted so that they protect these criminals and animals at the expense of your people. And for some reason, all over the world, this is a region that has problems that other regions don't have. They have different problems, but they don't have this problem. The United States last year, we achieved the largest drop in murder rate in recorded history. We have the lowest murder rate in 125 years. Hard to believe because, I don't know, it's, we've got a lot of them out, but we allowed through the Biden policies and Obama, who was another terrible president, by the way. He was Barack Hussein Obama, terrible president. He was a divider, great divider. I call him the great divider. But they allowed a lot of people into our country that shouldn't be here, but in particular Biden, because Biden had no idea what he was doing. He had no clue. It was being run by whoever got near the auto pen was running the country. He was the auto pen president, and frankly, they let at least 25 million people come in to our country, some from prisons, some from mental institutions, gang members, the heads of gangs, the mentally insane, I'll tell you. People came in from mental institutions and insane asylums, and we took them. We had an open border policy. It's a policy divided and devised by idiots, but they pour it into our country. So we went from the worst border in history to by far the best border. We have the best, strongest border that we've ever had. We have great people that did that job. By securing our border and cracking down on traffickers and smugglers, we've reduced the fentanyl pouring across our border by 67%. This is in our first year, Give me a little more time, we'll do better. 67%, which is a number that's unthinkable. They say if you could do 2%, 1%, but we got it down 67%. And we got a lot of the murderers out. We had 11,888 murderers allowed in our country with this ridiculous open border policy that these eggheads put in. But we're also working closely with you on ending human smuggling and the implementing of the Safe Third Country agreements, which are very important. In January, America's armed forces also ended the reign of one of the biggest cartel kingpins of all, with the Operation Absolute Resolve to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice in a precision raid that nobody's ever seen anything like it. This was in a very powerful military base, fort. And they went in and they took him out and they got him out, and people couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe it. We were right into the heart and took him out. And it was nasty. It was It's about 18 minutes of pure violence. And we took them out. We lost nobody. Not one person was lost. Not one aircraft or no military equipment, zero. People have never seen anything like it. And you're talking about into a military base with a lot of soldiers, good soldiers. Since that operation, we've been working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, who's doing a great job working with us. I mean, she's doing a great job because she's working with us. If she wasn't working with us, I would not say she's doing a great job. In fact, if she wasn't working with us, I'd say she's doing a very poor job. Unacceptable. No, but she's doing a great job, Marco, right? And she gets along great with Marco. And we're taking out tremendous amounts of oil. They're making more money now than they've ever made. Ever made. We have the big oil companies in. They are making more money. We're getting some. They're getting a lot. They're making more money now than they've ever made in the history of their country. Can you imagine? And it's being spent properly, and they're watching it closely. And I'm pleased to say that this week we have formally recognized the Venezuelan government. We've actually legally recognized them. We have also just reached a historic gold deal. It's called the gold deal with Venezuela to allow our two countries to work together to facilitate the sale of Venezuelan gold and other minerals. They have great amounts of gold. They have good land, I tell you, very good land. But they weren't able to take advantage. The system didn't allow them to take advantage of the value of their land. As we achieve a historic transformation in Venezuela, we're also looking forward to the great change that will soon be coming to Cuba. Cuba's at the end of the line. They're very much at the end of the line. They have no money. They have no oil. They have a bad philosophy. They have a bad regime that's been bad for a long time. And they used to get the money from Venezuela. They get the oil from Venezuela. But they don't have any money from Venezuela. They don't have any oil. They don't have anything from... People can't even... They land in Cuba. They can't get gasoline to fly out. They have to leave their planes behind. And they want to negotiate, and they are negotiating with Marco and myself and some others. And I would think a deal would be made very easily with Cuba. But for 50 years I've been hearing, as a little boy, I'd be hearing about Cuba. Cuba's a disaster. But I've been hearing so much about Cuba. But Cuba's in its last moments of life, as it was. It'll have a great new life, but it's in its last moments of life the way it is. And but our focus right now is on Iran. And we'll do that. I would say, what will you do? Take about 2 days off, Marco? No, he won't. Maybe an hour. He'll take 1 hour off, and then he'll finish up a deal on Cuba. That'll be an easy one. But it'll be the entire region that we're doing that. Many of you have come today, and they say, I hope you can take care of Cuba, because you've had problems with Cuba, right? You mentioned. I was surprised. But 4 of you said, actually, could you do us a favor? Take care of Cuba. I'll take care of it, okay? So, and as these situations in Venezuela and Cuba should make clear under our new doctrine, and it is a doctrine, we will not allow hostile foreign influence to gain a foothold in this hemisphere. That includes the Panama Canal, which we talked about. We're not going to allow it. And together we'll protect our sovereignty, our security, and our cherished freedom and independence. And just in finishing up, the nations gathered here today are filled with unlimited potential. You have tremendous potential. It's a great part of the world. But to fulfill that tremendous potential, we must smash the grip of the cartels and criminal gangs and horrible organizations run by, in some cases, absolute animals, and truly liberate our people. And some people are afraid to do it because they've gotten such a foothold. But I think you can get out of that, and we'll work with you if you need. With the courage and resolve of the leaders in this room, great leaders, will make our nation safer, stronger, richer, and more successful than ever before. So I want to thank you all very much for coming. I look forward to the incredible progress that's soon to come. You're going to see some incredible things. And now I'd like to ask Secretary Rubio and Secretary Hegseth to say a few words, and then I'll sign a proclamation formally launching the America's Counter Cartel Coalition, which is what it is. It's a counter cartel coalition. And thank you all for being here very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank all the leaders that are here today. I'll be very brief. First of all, Mr. President, thank you for making this region a priority. We've had successive American presidents say that the Western Hemisphere is going to be a priority, and they never do it. And the President has made it a personal priority. He's also President of action. It's why I believe he will go down as the most historic figure, one of the most historic figures in American history, and certainly of the last 100 years, because of what he has been able to do and is doing right now with the Western Hemisphere. Thank you for your bold leadership. It's an honor to be able to serve in your administration. And, Mr. President, 2 points I want to make. The first is we have a lot of allies around the world, and we are grateful for our allies. And the countries represented here today, all 12 of the leaders here, are allies. But they're more than allies. They're friends. At a time when we have learned that oftentimes an ally, when you need them, maybe may not be there for you, these are countries that have been there for us, and these are leaders that are not just allies, they are friends, and they are always willing to work and cooperate with the United States, and we're grateful to you. And as you said, Mr. President, these are also countries with extraordinary potential. Some are fulfilling it, some are well on their way to fulfilling it, and this is important. We want to be a partner with you in that. We want the world to see that when you are a friend and an ally of the United States, it is a good thing. It's reciprocated. It comes back the other way as well. And so the fact the President is here today and making this a priority is so critical. If I may, because some of these cameras are covered in Spanish. You all right about that? Oh, good. Please. We don't need an interpreter for this one. Quiero darle las gracias. I think I'm a good interpreter. You'll find out in a second. But las gracias a los países que están aquí hoy. Estos países, primero, el presidente ha hecho esta región una prioridad en su administración. Hay muchos presidentes que han dicho que lo van a hacer, pero él lo ha hecho y se lo agradecemos. Y muy agradecido a los 12 países que están aquí hoy. Estos son países que no solamente son aliados, son amigos. Son países que siempre responden cuando hay una necesidad y trabajan en conjunto con nosotros, y queda mucho por hacer. Estos son países que tienen una gran población, mucho potencial, y queremos ser sus socios en desarrollar sus países, sus economías y su seguridad. Y le doy las gracias de verdad por estar aquí en el día de hoy con nosotros. Que Dios bendiga a todos esos países, a los Estados Unidos, y gracias como siempre por la cooperación. Seguiremos trabajando en conjunto y vamos a hacer cosas muy buenas, muy importantes para esta región, que van a hacer que en las generaciones futuras nos van a agradecer la labor que estamos haciendo en el momento de hoy. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Is he better in Spanish or in English? I think he's better in Spanish. I mean, it's great. Pete, please.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, I only speak American.
Speak Cuban.
Well, Mr. President, it's an honor to be here and to establish in this hemisphere peace through strength. For far too long, our country's gaze was only on borders in far-flung places. Not our own border, not our own hemisphere, not the Western Hemisphere. President Trump has established the Trump corollary of the Monroe Doctrine, the Monroe Doctrine. And the War Department is implementing it as fast as we can. In fact, 2 days ago, Mr. President, we launched 18 countries were signatories to the America's Counter Cartel Coalition, ACCC, which is not just an organization that's going to hold conferences and release white papers. That's not what we exist to do. It's an action coalition of like-minded countries who are going to bring their capabilities to bear, with American leadership at the forefront, to ensure we attack and get after this cartel challenge, which for far too long we have accepted as some new normal in our own countries. President Trump and the American people rejected that in our own. We don't have to live with communities flooded with drugs or violence or cartels and gangs. We can seal our border, and we have to for our citizens. We share a hemisphere and geography. We share cultures, Western Christian civilization. We share these things together. We have to have the courage to defend it. And we have a commander-in-chief in our country who's set that compass heading. And at the War Department, we look forward to working with all of your countries and more that are not here to say, with our shared assets and our intelligence and our capabilities, with American leadership, we will go on offense against the cartels. They will know that we're just around the corner. Whether it's drug boats or on land, the America's Counter Cartel Coalition, the ACCC, will be a force for good, for peace through strength in this hemisphere. We look forward to working with your great countries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Would you like to come up and surround us here? Thank you. Big deal, actually. Thank you very much, everybody.
Six American families were lost during this war that we're fighting, and we honor them. This is what military is for. This is why we have soldiers. This is why they're special. This is why we honor them, and we are so grateful to have them because they are the courageous ones that go out there and lay their life for us. This is how we know that they love us, and there is no greater sacrifice, there is no greater sign of love than to lay your life down for your brothers. And these honorable and courageous soldiers have done just that. Now, for those of you who like the whole Epstein Files saga, let me go ahead and read this for you guys real quick. And somebody posted this, and it came through my feed in my Facebook. Terrence K. Williams shares, something doesn't add up about this. Here we go. This is for all my visitors from the left side, and then for all those visitors from the right side, pay attention to this, and you make up your own decision about what you're going to hear. The same members of Congress who are constantly screaming about Donald Trump and the Epstein files just voted 357 to 65 to block the public release of sexual misconduct reports involving members of Congress. Think about that. They say they care about victims. No, they don't. They say they want transparency. They say they want the truth exposed. But when it comes to releasing files about allegations involving members of Congress themselves, they voted to keep the records secret. The vote was bipartisan. 182 Democrats and 175 Republicans voted to send the measure to the Ethics Committee, and moved widely seen as a way to kill the effort. Only 65 members voted against blocking it. So here's a first question. If they truly care about victims and accountability, why vote to hide these files? Fair question. So go ahead, anybody that it's on the Democrat side that always says Trump, 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 go ahead and give me an answer for that question. There is one thing that I have always share with you is anybody, even if Trump is in there, anybody who is in the Epstein files, two things. Just because they are in the Epstein files, and they can be mentioned millions of times, that doesn't make them guilty of anything. Just because the Epstein files has revealed that there's some alleged crimes committed. These are all hearsay. These are not facts. There's no proof. It is what it is. There has to be proof to go behind it. We know that President Trump is the whistleblower. We also know that President Donald Trump covered his tracks from being looked at as the bad guy to many people whom he actually needs around the world to make deals. Some of you guys might not like them. It is irrelevant. What is relevant is that we're putting America first. And sometimes we got to make deals with people like President Xi, President Putin. We don't like them. We don't like their personal life. But we have to do what we got to do to protect our best interest. We don't like Delcy from Venezuela. We know she's as corrupted as the previous one. The difference is that the United States of America went down to Venezuela, grabbed Nicolas Maduro, and even though Delcy went out to the public, to the Venezuelan people, and say, oh, you know what, we are still going to be doing this and we're still going to be doing that. Well, after we went and showed China and Russia that we don't play games, and we showed up in Iran, well, now Venezuela has sang a different tune. And as you guys heard it, if you were paying attention, you would have heard it, that President Donald Trump actually acknowledges and accepts the Venezuelan government as their official government. Why? Because they have been doing what they say they were going to do. They have released all these prisoners, political prisoners, and I think there's still more, but, you know, they're doing all that. And they are respecting their democracy. So the next election that Venezuela has, they will comply. They will have to run an honest election. And if they don't, well, they already know what Daddy Trump is going to do, because now they know he doesn't bluff. He doesn't play around. He is the toughest old man. He is the toughest orange man that I have seen on earth. See, Trump has been made. He has been forged into a very hot furnace. Many mistakes in his life. Bankruptcies, casino busts, businesses didn't turn out, ventures didn't turn out, university didn't turn out. He tried to do all these things and failed, and where others failed and gave up, President Trump continues to thrive. New York has the Trump Tower, Golden Trump Tower. Everybody that walks in there that is not a libtard, it's very impressed by it. Remember back in the 90s when people when people used to go into the Trump Tower just to see it because it was sort of majestical to New Yorkers and to tourists who will come in to visit New York. Thank you, William. Appreciate you, brother. God bless you and your family as well, brother. Thank you for being here. And then the other thing that people forget about, it's all the things that Trump did is a white millionaire with black communities. Jesse Jackson was one of his dearest friends. We have Carson, Dr. Ben Carson, also a friend. We have a lot of members of the black community that are friends and love and support President Donald Trump. A lot of the blacks in Illinois are sick and tired of the lies and the theft and the fraud and the abuse from Democrats in their cities and counties and states. They are praising Donald J. Trump for doing what any other American patriot would do. And you know what? We are very proud of them. Is anybody perfect? Absolutely not. Is there a lot of things that we can change and work on? Absolutely, 100%. There's always all of this, okay? Now, I'm talking about the 90s, Cray. It's not majestical anymore, but back in the 90s, it was. And people saw it that way as well. I mean, there's even news that actually reported on it and made videos of people going in there, taking selfies, taking pictures of everything inside on the escalators, busy. You know, all the tourists will go in there and visit. So, you know, but that's just me admiring all the flaws and the failures of President Donald Trump. Because let's remember that he wasn't always president, and yet he was loved by all Democrats. I wonder why. But with that being said, I don't support him just because I like him. I support him because he is still true to himself and to the American people. And he is following policies that we support for decades and that we have been happy with. Excuse me. And then now Democrats, because it's Trump saying it, they have betrayed our country. So I'll say this to every American that comes into my channel and listens. You got to get over the TDS. You got to get over the hate about Trump. Look at the policies. Consider these policies compared to the 90s when you were a Democrat, when the Democrats were in power. Consider it to Barack Obama's. I mean, we don't have to go that far. Same policies. Tell me, what is it about Trump that you have believed it's a poison to America? Besides your jealous and envy for his money, besides that, what is it that you have a problem with? All right, Mountain Cone, I will give you a chance. I will give you guys a chance to go ahead and give me a call. Let's take a look. I'm feeling pretty energetic this lovely, beautiful, rainy day here, Saturday in Seattle, Washington. Go ahead. There is a phone number right there. You are more than free to call. Anytime. Don't worry. No pressure. All I ask, listen, don't make an ass out of yourself. If you start cussing out a storm and just going all crazy, you're going to get hung up on, and everybody's going to know that you are a loser. So don't be a loser. Don't be a libtard. Call in and let's have a conversation. I really want you to tell me why you don't like President Trump. You don't have to like him. You know, you don't have to like him at all. But what are the policies that you disagree with? That's what I want to hear from you. Now, you guys have been putting a lot of nasty stuff on the chat. I told my mods to let you fly. That's okay. But I want you to go ahead and call me and tell me which policies that President Trump is enforcing or fulfilling do you disagree with? Give me a call. Don't be shy. All right, while we wait for some of the smart people to call me, we are going to go ahead and... Oh, no, that's my Starlink. That's not what I want. I want you to know that here in Washington State, and I am sure it's happening elsewhere, this is what Democrats are doing to your freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and freedom of religion. This is what Democrats are doing to your First Amendment. So I'm going to go ahead and use my friend Brandy Cruz to give you some insight. In the meantime, the phone is ready. You can call me anytime, but just call me. Wait a minute. What? I'm slacking here. What's going on? I am slacking. Who is this? Cutting Edge happens to be the boss over and over and over again of the chat. Cutting Edge, this is for you. Every member that you have those emojis, even if you don't, you're a subscriber, throw some emojis on the live chat, will you? The big boss, el jefe, el patron. Cutting Edge, thank you so much for your support, brother. I appreciate you. Latinos for Trump, baby. Latinos for Trump. All right, we'll go ahead and remove the phone number to call there. And we'll listen to my friend Brandy Cruz. If you haven't subscribed to Brandy Cruz, I suggest you go and visit her channel. She is from Undivided. And you can just search Brandy Cruz and you can see that beautiful face right there. Even without makeup, she's still beautiful. Oh, there we go. No, I don't take no callers. I don't take block calls. You got to have the guts to call without blocking your number. The reason why I do that is because if jerks want to call in to be jerks, I like to be able to block them. Nope. I like to be able to block you so that you don't call again and disrupt the peace of our channel.
Jonathan Cho, Ori Hoffman, we were all denied press passes by the Washington State House of Representatives, which is very strange because the Senate allows me a press pass, the governor allows me into his press conferences, but House Speaker Lori Jenkins is so thin-skinned, she just could not tolerate possibly to see me on the floor of the House at the press table or in the wings of the House on the Democratic side. So they have stood their ground. Say we're not giving any of these three a press pass to cover the House while we're in session on the floor in Olympia. So a little bit of background before I get to this update. We filed this several weeks ago because it's a short session. It's done on March 12th, which is next Thursday. And so there's an urgency here, right? Where we're fighting for this, but the session's done on March 12th, and then what happens from there? We can keep fighting for next session, but that's quite a long ways away. So we filed this several weeks ago, and we wait, and we wait, and we don't get assigned a judge in Superior Court. We don't get assigned a case number. And our attorneys with the Citizen Action Defense Fund said, this is very odd. We might have to start making a public ordeal about the fact that we haven't even been given a case number or a judge yet. And then finally, we get one. So we're gearing up this Friday, and we're supposed to be heading to court on Friday for this sort of emergency hearing where they can decide whether to block the House of Representatives' decision not to give us a press pass. And then we get news yesterday that the state of Washington has requested that this not be heard by a state court, but that this case be heard by a federal court, which starts this process all over again. And look, the argument the state of Washington is making is that this is a constitutional issue. And I agree. I have no issue, really, with it being heard by a federal judge. But we waited all this time, delay. Okay, finally you're going to have a court date. And they're like, you know what? Actually, we demand that this be sent to federal court. And so now it starts us all over again. So now this case is going to be heard by a federal judge in Tacoma, a Biden appointee, which I really believe this is a very easy First Amendment case. Whether it's a Biden judge or a Trump judge or an Obama judge or whatever it is, I don't think it matters, because I think it's so cut and dry. But the Citizen Action Defense Fund has now, after hearing that this is going to go to federal court, filed a restraining order in federal court, which is basically an emergency appeal to the court. Hear this and hear it now, so we can get, at least until the end of the session, some sort of emergency restraining order, so they have to relinquish the credentials. And then if we want to have a long, drawn-out, protracted battle in the off session, we can do that. So I want to read what the Citizen Action Defense Fund, who's representing us in this matter, said. It said the Citizen Action Defense Fund has filed an emergency temporary restraining order on behalf of plaintiffs Ari Hoffman, Brandy Cruz, and Jonathan Cho in their lawsuit against the legislature. The order seeks to have a federal court grant each of them press credentials after the legislature denied them access, a violation of both the state and federal constitutions. The filing of the TRO follows a flurry of activity in the case in the days leading up to the scheduled and now canceled hearing in Thurston County Superior Court. On Monday, March 2nd, a mere 4 days before the hearing, defendants removed the case to a federal court in Tacoma in the Western District of Washington, which had the effect of canceling the hearing on the motion that was pending in state court. As a result, a federal judge will now decide whether the press passes will be granted on an emergency basis in the final days of the session. They then go on to lay out our arguments. The complaint is clear. The legislature's credentialing scheme improperly delegates authority to a private entity, the Capitol Correspondents Association, without clear standards of procedural safeguards, and allows viewpoint-based exclusion of journalists. Defendants relied on unpublished, vague, and inconsistently applied criteria, informed in part by recommendations from the Washington State Capitol Correspondents Association. In denying access to the House floor, the complaint asserts violations of the First Amendment of the Constitution, Article 1, Section 5 of the Washington Constitution, state and federal due process protections, and Washington's non-delegation doctrine, which means basically government entities can't delegate these sorts of responsibilities to a private entity, as they appear to be doing in this case. So at this point, I find it very unlikely, unless this takes place at record pace, that even though I believe I don't see how a federal judge rules against the First Amendment. It's just so cut and dry. The politicians cannot be in the business of deciding who the media is and who the media is not. And I'm actually surprised that they want that authority. But it seems increasingly unlikely that we're going to be able to get this issue settled within the legislative session. It doesn't mean we stop fighting it, but it does mean that the Washington State Democrats will have been successful in, for another session, keeping us out of having full access. Jackson Maynard, who's our attorney with the Citizen Action Defense Fund, released this statement: freedom of the press is not subject to unpublished standards or private gatekeeping. The Constitution requires transparency, viewpoint neutrality, and due process. So we will see what happens here. And also keep in mind that the state of Washington has bypassed the Attorney General's office and hired an outside pricey Seattle law firm to do their dirty work on this. So it would have already cost you money for the state to fight it, but now it's going to cost you even more money, and your taxpayer money is being used to
So there you go. This is the reality. This is the reality that we have to deal with. And, you know, a lot of people just like to say, you know, I defend President Trump all the time, right? I do, because it seems like I defend him on everything, because he keeps getting accused of everything that he's not doing. You know, like for example, you know, people on the left, they want to say they protect the freedoms and the rights of the people. But that's not what they do. What they do is they protect illegal immigrants. They protect the ones breaking the law, as long as they're on their side. Remember, that is Democrats who pay for rioters to get out of jail. Remember, that is Soros who pays all protesters, or most of them, and gives the most money to Democrats. they can break the law and Democrats will take them out of jail. They will post their bail. Democrats. And then they go and tell the conservatives, the law-abiding people, that they can kick rocks. Thank you, Baba, for the PayPal. I see that, brother. You got 3 today. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support. Just as my big brother, real fishy for life. I see you got your old name back. Because I'm used to seeing the new one that you created. And I want to make sure that we notice. Thank you for subscribing, guys. I appreciate that. Thank you for liking the video. If you haven't hit like, please hit that like. You guys help me immensely. I appreciate it. Just like we fight and we say America first, I want to know where your Democrat leaders were during the State of the Union speech when President Donald Trump said to stand up if you believe that government should put American citizens first over illegal immigrants. I want to remind you, for the record, they all stayed on their seats. I give you proof. They are breaking the First Amendment rights to the people, the American people. They reward criminals and they punish law-abiding American citizens. That's a damn shame. And if you are in my chat still spewing the hate and dislike and this negativity about us supporting Trump, let's take a quick look in the mirror. I gave you the votes for Congress to release every sexual harassment suit against Congress people. They use the taxpayer dollars to defend themselves and to pay off and to give hush money. Benjamin, thank you for supporting our ICE agents. I look forward to having them in my house. When I listen to these guys, and you can dislike me for not supporting Republicans or Democrats during these hearings, I really don't like the hearings. Hearings are really there to make somebody look guilty. You know what they should call them? They shouldn't call them hearings anymore. They should call them the tellings, because they tell the witnesses everything that they don't like and dislike, and they put all these false accusations and allegations, and they don't hear jack squat from the witnesses. Now, this is on both sides, Republicans and Democrats. They're all hypocrites. They play the train, and they play the violin to your tune so that you can get excited about what you want to hear, but then they are just hypocrites. They're hypocrites. They always come against us. They always say that we are a threat to democracy. They always complain that President Donald Trump didn't accept the results of the election. None of us did. We know they cheated. We know they try to cover their tracks, but they can't lie to us. We know the truth. Thank you, Steve. We know the truth. Hearings are probably the most waste of money that we have in government. This is how I know that this Congress is useless. Democrats and Republicans, they're useless. We can do without Congress. They don't even know how to make laws. And when they make laws and the federal agents and the police and everybody else enforces those laws, they go and punishes them. They punish our ICE agents for enforcing the law that they have created. The legislature branch has created these laws, and they punish the agents, that enforce those laws. Talk about that. Prove your case. The Zig Roofer, how drunk are you today? I like how you're using my line. I like it. It's catchy, ain't it? Shut the hell up. Man, if you weren't so drunk, I would take you seriously. But anywho, I want to show you guys. When I tell you that Democrats are wasting money, check this out. I found a link. Man, that's Facebook. I think it's still. I think I'll still be able to show you. Let me take a look here. All right, here we go. See if I can get audio on this. Remember, I told you many times in Washington State. Now, I'm not. Hey, John, how are you? Thanks for joining, John. I'm not telling you that, Oregon and California is the same. I'm speaking only here about Washington State, okay? These are the Democrats that are here in Washington State. I told you, they asked for $9.5 billion last year, right? A lot of those things are not coming into effect until this year, which some of them already are. They are asking for more taxes because they ran out of money. Now, I don't think it's tariffs. I think it's ineptitude, the incompetence of making a budget work for the people. Now, you might say, oh, Dennis, oh my gosh, well, you're an idiot because the buildings and the roads and the streets and the parks and whatever. Let's take a listen to see what happens here. Brandy Cruz has a question for one of the representatives here in the council.
You guys are spending money on too many things.
Right.
Things like laser hair removal and boob jobs for transgender prison inmates, men who want to go.
Listen to the guy answering the question. He says, He is agreeing to it because it is true. Trust me, it's true.
In the women's prison and feel more feminine.
Right.
Do you really believe that taxpayer money should be spent on something like that?
I have no qualms with people who are within correctional facilities, which is, when people come out of correctional facilities, I had the chance to visit one of those earlier this year, a women's correctional facility in the 26th legislative district.
I think he misunderstood the question. Maybe I misunderstood the question. Let me rewind a little bit.
For transgender prison inmates, men who want to go in the women's prison and feel more feminine.
Right.
Do you really believe that taxpayer money should be spent on something like that?
Yeah. I have no qualms with people who are within correctional facilities, which is, when people come out of correctional facilities, I had the chance to visit one of those earlier this year, a women's correctional facility in the 26th legislative district. And what I saw was that it can be a tremendously isolating environment, especially for people who are in what is called segregated housing. It might be a difference in how we look at the role that these institutions can play, but I believe that I would believe that there are probably 100 things before we get to
Doesn't matter. I'm asking you a question.
People accessing or making use of those kinds of resources within a prison.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
This is me arguing with libtards. That's why I'm giving you a chance to call in. I'm giving you a chance to call in and let's have a conversation. Let me make this window smaller because I'm watching on my screen and everything is perfect, but not for you guys. All right, we're going to minimize this as much as I can. That way you can see both of them in there, okay? The question was, do you think that taxpayer money should go for laser hair removal in jails? You heard the whole spiel. I don't have a problem, and this, I experienced some of it. That's not the question. The question should be a simple yes. I think that laser hair removal in jails is a good thing. That's an answer. But listen to he didn't answer the question, so she's going to ask him again. Let's see.
You believe
that taxpayer money should be spent giving a prison inmate laser hair removal?
I do, yeah. I think
Holy
if
shit, Sean.
I think if that's
That's crazy.
So he answers the question. Yes, this is what Democrats. Hey, listen, if you're a Democrat, I don't mean to hurt your feelings. This is a Democrat. This is the kind of DEI people that we have in Washington State. You can't make this shit up, guys. Absolutely. Cray, 100%. I'm with you. But let's go ahead and listen to it again.
I believe that there are probably 100 things before we get to
Doesn't matter. I'm
people
asking you a
accessing
question.
or making use of those kinds of resources within a prison.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Do you believe that taxpayer money should be spent giving a prison inmate laser hair removal?
I do, yeah. I think
Holy
if
shit, Sean.
Did you hear the question again, right? Do you believe that taxpayer dollars should go for laser hair removals in jail? Now, BC, I agree with you. Anyone in jail should only get 3 meals a day with showers. Sure, I agree 100%. But these Democrats that we have, this is what they believe in. I'm telling you, and this is just one of the wasteful things that they do with our tax-paying money. Mondami is over there, has a list of all these diversity plans. That he's got a big list of diversity plans, and this is what they need all those billions of dollars on the budget added. It is the mentality of the socialist Democrats. Yeah, Baba. Holy shit, Sean. Even she couldn't believe it that he will acknowledge this.
I think if that's
That's crazy.
I think if that's somebody who is in a state-run facility, they're
Get a job and pay for your own damn hair removal. Use a freaking razor blade. Well, you can't use that, but just let your hairs grow, man. You are not supposed to be in it to look all pretty and cute. You're supposed to look rough.
there are many people who might be within that correctional facility that are undergoing all kinds of personal transformations that it'd be very difficult for people on the outside to comprehend. So I'm going to look a lot of places before we get down to the part of saying that inmates that are making use of public funds is the responsibility of our budget woes to the extent that they exist.
Wow.
Yeah.
The issue is that represents a mindset that you'd spend our money on anything.
I can't make this up. That is their mindset. That is their mindset. This is the logic. Yeah, I know, man. I made a mistake saying the razor. Of course, they don't get that. But this is the mindset of the Democrats. Like literally, they put prisoners in jail, and they want them to have hotel prisons. That's not what it's about. SACOT, the prison in Salvador, they don't make the temperature so they torture in the cold, but they don't even get mattresses. They get a little sheet, not even a pillow, I don't think. And they just got a flat base so they can sleep on. They're not there to get comfortable sleeping. They're not there to get these expensive meals. Rice and beans every day. Rice and beans. Bread and water. You got to understand that criminals are not going to want to stop committing crimes if they think that they will get 3 meals a day in jail and accommodations. And on top of that, they come out of jail with such a great reputation for their homies. The mentality of the Democratic Party. I'm telling you right now, if you are a Democrat and you don't think like this guy, you got to leave. Come join us. Come join us, man. Stop fighting stop fighting us. Stop fighting us. This is who you guys want in power.
You'd spend our money on anything.
No, I don't believe that's true.
If you will spend money, Sean, our money
Right.
that we work hard for, the money that people who are far less well off than I am see come out of their wallet every day. And if you would say that you would take that money and you would spend it so a convicted killer could get a boob job and laser hair removal, I cannot, that's a mindset that is broken beyond repair.
Yeah.
Ghislaine Maxwell, whether you agree with it or not, doesn't matter if I agree with it or not. After what happened to Epstein in jail, I don't think he's dead anyway, but after what happened in there, the whole thing that they try to kill him, don't you think that we should take Ghislaine Maxwell out of there as well before somebody tries to kill her? We don't know if she's going to come in handy in the future. Think, man, think. Stop eating this BS from the left and the View. Forget about these other things, man. If we can find out that there is 100 pedophiles that are going to pay the price for her to have a jail sentence in another less secure prison, let them do that. Why do you worry about that? Worry about who's alive and taking your tax money from here. Whether she's there or there, it doesn't matter. She's still not free. She's still not free. If you have a problem with her getting a doggy, go shoot the doggy. Go do that. Take it away. The point is, these people are in government and they're taking our tax dollars. You heard it. Boob jobs for men that believe they're women. Laser hair removal. Thank you, sis. Thank you. Unbelievable. I'm not making this up. I'm just saying. And another thing is, like, people say the Epstein files is priority for Democrats, but President Donald Trump is warring on Iran as a smokescreen for the Epstein files. Oh, he's warring on the drug boats as a smokescreen for the Epstein files. Oh, he's warring on Venezuela as a smokescreen for the Epstein files. Blah, blah, blah. They want Trump to fail. They don't care if we suffer. They made it clear that they put illegal immigrants over American citizens. And if you say that you are a veteran, a patriot to this country, and you support them, whether you like Trump or not, the policies are solid. And if you support Democrats because you don't like Trump, you are just as bad as they are. And I hope that more of you have common sense and support Republicans. Cuff 1234, did you not hear what this guy from the Democrats says that we're using the taxpayer dollars for? Are you that blind? And if you are talking to me, are you that stupid? Come on, man. You got to use your brain. You know, maybe these people that are making these dumb comments, they're probably just some snot-ragged little kids that have bad parents.
I think that there are probably a lot of people who are looking at many things that the state spends its money on and actually would probably not have as much of an issue if they felt with some of the differences that they might have with our trans community. And they'd say, well, that is a concern in the context of me feeling like I'm not able to access healthcare for myself. If somebody is facing a hospital closure, if somebody is spending a lot of money in order to get to college, and it's way too unaffordable, I believe that there is a way that our economic system pits people one against the other. And so when you have institutions that are not doing as well as they could, people will often look towards, well, whoever's most proximal to them in the fight. The corporations are too distant and unaccountable. They will pick that fight with somebody who's a little bit closer to them.
All right. Knife, I have a phone here. All you libtards that like to cuss me out on the chat and disagree with me have no balls to call and have a conversation. So I don't care what you put on there. You're one of the jackasses that don't understand. I'm giving you proof. I'm showing you facts. This is the Democrat. This is the DEI failure in Washington State, and you said nothing about that, and you complain about a name calling. Unbelievable. See, this is why you guys get the titles retards and libtards. This is why you get that. Then you wonder why. 220, buddy. Christine is spelled with a K. Kristin. Know him. $220 million. Ask insurance companies how much money they pay to advertise during the Super Bowl. I'm not making excuses for the 220. I'm just saying it can be expensive. Do I agree with her spending it? No. But what I do agree, and I give her credit for, it's that she has been successful. 100% successful. She's taken the rap for some things that other people did. I know she's under their command and whatever, but you guys don't complain about your governors destroying your states. You don't complain about your mayors destroying your states. Instead, you sit here like dumb, ignorant little children celebrating, oh, the midterms, just wait. We're going to Democrat the whole... Shut the hell up. As if we're supposed to celebrate the failure of the United States of America during Biden's administration. 9.4% inflation, and you libtards didn't say jack squat. Now you're going to sit here where a president and administration is doing something to change not just the United States of America, but the world, and you sit here with your stupidity and celebrate stupid ideas like this guy from the Democratic Party because you are a loyalist. You're not an American. You're not a patriot. If you served this country, you forgot why you served. You're just like the Marine over there crying emotionally and yelling at the senators because of the war in Palestine from Israel. Oh, I don't fight for Israel. My wife is Palestinian. Seriously? Emotionally compromised soldiers are just as bad as women that can't even take care of their home. Oh, I apologize, all the women that can't take care of their home. I apologize. It is unbelievable that you people will excuse everything bad that Democrats do. And let's be clear. If it wasn't for Israel, we will have a lot more terrorist attacks here in the United States of America because of Israel attacking all these terrorist groups in the Middle East. Biden's administration opened the border so that we can have millions of illegal immigrants come into our country. Imagine the stupidity of that, and you people who keep supporting Democrats are so retarded that you don't understand that before, when the border was semi-secure, we still had terrorist attacks. We still had 9/11 happen. We still had other stores being blown up and burned down to the ground. We still had atrocities, and then with the open border completely, we have already deported over 900,000 terrorist people out of this country. With the war on Iran and Venezuela, how many sleeper cells do you think that we might have in this country? And you idiots come over here and celebrate that Democrats are going to win the midterms? You should be crying. You should be concerned. You should be pissed off that that's happening. Because the only people fighting for the United States of America and you, libtards, American citizens, are ungrateful and don't appreciate it. Crazy. Cutting edge. Thank you, bro. What is that? 100 million of that 200 million are for an ad to get ex-veterans and ex-military men to be mercenaries and hunt traffickers and drug dealers. Bro, that is a lot. 96,000 jobs lost last month. Let me ask you a question, the Zinc Roofer. I know you're very drunk by now, but let me still ask you a question. Do you think it's the president's responsibility for people to not quit their jobs? Do you think it's the president's responsibility if your local governor is putting taxes on those businesses that have to go out of business because of the stupidity of the people in government that keep raising the minimum wage for companies that cannot afford to pay a high wage to employees? They now have to shut down their businesses and they're cutting employment. How the hell do you expect to get more employment when you're just running corporations out of your state? I wish that you know what, go ahead and call me and let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. I'll let you ask me the question. I will not scream like I'm screaming right now because I'm passionate. That's what I do. You can always turn down the volume on your phone. But why don't you call me? Ask me a question and let's have a talk. Let's have a talk. Let's see what happens here. Go ahead. I know somebody tried to call me earlier, but we were busy with the video. Go ahead and call. And now, Cutting Edge is he's a big supporter in my channel. I appreciate his input. Not only that, but he's very informative and he's a big help to me. So I appreciate that. Go ahead, guys. Anybody on the left? You go ahead. The Zinc Roofer. I know you're drunk, but I'm sure that you can put your sentences together to give me a call. I know Cone is just racist, but you can still call and let's try to have a conversation. See if you can handle the name calling. Be respectful to the chat. If it was just me and you on the call, fantastic. But if you're going to talk and the chat is going to be listening, I will not appreciate your using foul language and insults to the people in the chat. If you see Dennis, every time almost 80% of the lost jobs come from blue states. Every time. And cities. And that is true. So tell me, how will I encourage people to work when Democrats keep giving incentives for people not to work? Let's get it. Please, let's have a conversation. All right, who's calling?
Hey, it's the guy that called you earlier.
Greg? Greg?
Yeah.
See, I remember. What happened? What you got?
I don't know. Somebody was talking about mercenaries and stuff, and I thought, well, I'd almost do that for free.
Right.
I'm serious, because when you see all the evidence of the drug trafficking, the fentanyl coming in, I lost my uncle, my cousin with COVID, and I don't trust Fauci. I think that guy needs to go behind bars.
Oh, he should be in jail already.
Genocide.
Yep, I agree.
Huh?
He should be in jail already.
Oh, yeah, he should have been hung and strung. I mean, Big Pharma, I don't trust him. I used to work for Walgreens in Woodland, and when I hurt my back, they tried to blame it on my military, and I said, you're being recorded on this line, and I said, I'm suing you because you are stepping over your boundary, and I only got $25,000, but I thought, I even turned them into OSHA because I almost got electrocuted on one of their doors.
Wow.
And incidentally, it was door 11, just like the firing range in Conroe, 11. What is with that number? I mean, when I told you about when I was in Conroe, Texas,
yeah,
that was line 11, and then I'm working at door 11 later on, like 2010. So numbers come up. It's kind of like a religious thing to me, but I don't always, accept it that way. I'm not a fanatic. I don't read the Bible all the time and look for numbers, but that's the way numbers work. And I don't understand it myself, but I pay attention to it, and I remember it.
Yeah.
There's a girl on there. She's 61. She's a widow. Tanya, I think was her name. And I sent her a message saying I want to meet her. I'm 60 and she's 61. She's a widow, so I'm willing to meet somebody else and move forward in my life, because I'm 60. I don't have very long,
Yeah,
you're 50, so.
I'm 50, and I think the same way, man. Hey, why not, man? But Tanya, I can tell you, I haven't met her in person, but Tanya has a sweetheart.
I know, I can tell. I've just seen her text a few times, and she said something positive about me today, and I was really intrigued, because you need a woman to always back you 100%.
Welcome to the Love Connection. You are here with the Dennis Herrera, connecting one and one together and making it happen.
I'm in West Sacramento, California, Tanya. If you want to find me, you'll find me before I move.
Oh, watch out! Oh my goodness, you guys! I'm blushing for you. Shoot, I like this.
Oh man.
Yeah, listen, I'm not gonna push anything, but why not? Make a friendship and see where it goes. Who knows, right?
Well, you know what I wanted to tell you earlier is you sound just like my friend Luis Herrera. He's Aztec. He's from an area in Mexico, and he works on forklifts. And I worked for him a long time ago, working on forklifts when the hydraulics would fail on forklifts, and I volunteered to help him because he used to work on helicopters in the military.
Yeah.
So we
That's
have,
pretty cool.
We have certain things we like about each other, and we became good friends. So
Right
I
on.
referred him to my boss for jobs because he works for a chemical company. My boss does. They make cleaning agents for Quick Quack and things like that. So it's cool.
Right on.
And it's here in West Sacramento, of all places, and it's family owned. So it's a good thing.
Robert says the gig is out. Everybody knows the secret, and you use this excuse that you had a comment just to shout out to Tanya. I see how that worked.
Yeah.
I feel used.
I guess I'm in trouble then, right?
I feel used. That's a courageous soldier right there, taking a step forward, baby. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell you, Tanya's she's got a beautiful soul. I don't have to see her in person to know it. I really feel it. The way she talks is just amazing, and she's always looking out for, saying hello to my wife, which shows me respect and care for me and my family. And I appreciate her. Thank you. She tries to support me as much as she can.
My friend Luis was over there in Mexico when they had something go on over there, and I was worried about him being stuck over there in Mexico. This was recent. This is like about 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I told him, I called his wife, and I said, "Hey, is Luis back yet?" And she goes, "Yeah, he's here." And I'm like, "Oh, thank God," because of all the stuff going on in Mexico, and that's just across the border.
Yeah. The people that are talking bad about Kristi Noem, Cutting Edge just put a comment. I think it was Cutting Edge. He didn't super on that, so I can't tell. But he did. He said, to Mount Cone, she is in the America's counter cartel for our Western Hemisphere. So a lot of people say, Kristi Noem got fired, and the way that they reported, I will say yes. But my question is, if she was fired, what the hell is she doing with another job? That sounds to me like a side grade or an upgrade, or just go into a new position. And I will say this. I think that this counter cartel, the America's Union here that we're doing, I don't even know the whole name yet, but this whole thing that we're doing with the Latin American countries, it's huge. Let me tell you something, Greg. This should have been done a long time ago. Listen, I am from Honduras. I came here. I'm an American citizen. And if there's one thing that I've known since the early 80s, because my mother was very political, since the early 80s was that the best thing to do is unite with the United States of America and fight crime and drugs coming into our countries.
And you know what? I got to tell you is, I think, like I said many times, Trump is playing 3D chess.
Yeah.
He's not playing checkers with the Democrats. He's playing chess.
Yeah.
And you have to know how to operate. And so I think maybe he might have promoted her, and she's doing something else on the side because, Democrats can't be trusted.
Yeah.
And then we got other people, the ones that we call rhinos. We can't trust them either. There's a lot of them, I'm sure.
You know what I find interesting is he's put in, Mount Conan is put it on the chat. Did you get your Doge check? Now, what I find very, very interesting about that question that he keeps spamming on the chat is, you bitched about tariffs. You don't get to ask those questions.
Right.
And besides, I got a big refund on my taxes because of the big, beautiful bill. And I can tell you what, it's for investments, you have to wait some time before that investment pays back. And right now we're doing this thing with Iran. A lot of soldiers, they're proud to serve in the military, man. And we're proud of them going out there. They know that war is not pretty. They know what they signed up for. They're not cowards. They're not little pussies that going out there to defend our country. No, they're soldiers. They're warriors. I don't care if they're lightweight. I see them carrying all that weight, bro. These kids, because they're like three decades younger than me, these kids are out there. They're not big, muscular, 6'5", 6'7", big giant soldiers with all this muscle.
I wasn't either. I was skinny when I went in.
Bro, these
I had
guys,
to gain, 20 pounds just to be physically fit.
Yeah.
And by the time I graduated basic training, I was healthy as a horse. We had one guy that was huge and heavy, and we grabbed his ass and dragged him along the track just to make sure he could make his run, because we stuck together as a team. That's what you call brotherhood, right?
Yeah.
So,
well, how much is
Air Force.
because I seen these guys, these droppers, these parachuters. How much weight do they take with them? Because they walk like penguins. Obviously, they have a lot of shit on them. About how much weight do they carry on that? Because it looks like it's definitely more than 70 pounds, bro.
Oh yeah, if they're Army or Marines, they're probably carrying at least 65 to 70 pounds.
No, it looks like more than that, bro.
I almost went Navy. I didn't go Navy because at 4 years old I drowned and I was revived, and I was afraid of the water for 7 years, and I got over that fear.
Right on, man.
I had to get past that demon right there, and my grandfather was ex-Navy, World War II, and he wanted me to go in the Navy. And I said, Grandpa, I'm sorry, but I'm going to go Air Force instead.
Yeah.
So I did.
Some people still think that is Trump making these wars. The precision extraction from Venezuela is not war. And then Iran, they've been warring against us for 47 years, so we didn't start, but we're definitely going to finish it up.
They declared it. We didn't. They declared it.
Yeah.
So that's why he did what he did. Plus, they were trying to get uranium enriched to make nuclear bombs. I studied atomic energy, about Enrico Fermi, Einstein. I used to read his books. I used to read Scientific American. And I didn't tell the government this when I went in, because I didn't want them to know everything that I know, because I wasn't stupid. I was trying to be smart and good about it. But it's done now. So, I used to read about Enrico Fermi, Einstein, Oppenheimer. All those guys. Yeah. They were the tip of the sword to make nukes when we bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Back then. Jesus.
You know what I find interesting? Sorry to cut you off. No. I find, because I'm looking at the chat, right, where you're talking to me.
Sure.
I find it interesting when people come into my live, like as if they actually watch my live all the time and watch what I do. We just show a video of President Trump talking about gas prices. He knows they're going to go up. He knows they're going to come right back down. It's, people that say that Trump doesn't pay attention to the fallen heroes.
He does.
How many people in the chat were still being disrespectful, and we're over here in silence, waiting. I had to talk to some people. I had to answer this. And they just think it's a waste of time to do everything that Trump is doing. I don't agree with the university thing. I think that he shouldn't waste time on that. But even for that, he makes time. And he's not just doing that for the day. That's just boom, done, and goes to the next one.
Look at Charlie Kirk. He was going to universities and telling these kids that were taught by liberals and professors that, hey, what you're being taught is wrong. And he debated with them, and that's why somebody killed him.
Yeah.
It was wrong, but that's what happened.
People haven't threatened me in a little while, but they threatened to kill me and my family just because of what I say on this channel. How crazy is that?
They're all crazy.
Yeah, they keep telling me this whole Charlie Kirk thing on me, right? And people on the left that keep saying, now that the war is going on, now that the gas prices is getting even higher, now they're saying that it's Trump's fault. And I'm like, you know what? Right now, this is what was happening. I want to know where you were when it was Trump's fault that gas prices dropped down so cheap, especially on red states. That's what I want to hear from people. If I am here, and I talk about the Epstein files, which I really don't like to, because it's hypocritical. I want everybody that is guilty to be put through trial and, go to jail if they're guilty.
And prosecuted,
Yeah, and then we talk about this Congress just signing against releasing information to the public about, the congressmen that have been sued with sexual harassment, claims. And they have been using taxpayer dollars to defend themselves. So if we're paying for it, we got to know what's going on, And so the reason why I care is because they made such a big deal about the Epstein files, and they're ignoring this issue.
They want to block it, which I saw earlier, and I'm thinking, oh man, you can't block the truth. If you block the truth, it's just as worse.
Right.
It's like grabbing a hive of wasps and saying, I'm going to make sure I bang that sucker around a few times, and then I'm going to let them loose.
Yeah.
And eventually it's going to come back on the people, because if they're out in the open and they're guilty, they're going to get attacked.
Yeah. But it's always a hypocrisy with people. Like if I go and talk with a leftist, right, that is somebody that's against President Trump, I'm already in the mindset of, I know why I defend him. I know why I support him. Do I think he's perfect? No. Do I think that he should be? No. He's not God. He's a human. He's going to make mistakes. But, I can go in with my own opinion about how I will deal with this war.
Here's the thing, too.
He's the commander.
Fact is, here's the fact, too. 30 years ago, when he was on the show with, what's her name? The billionaire, Oprah.
Oh, yeah.
And Oprah was asking him when he was young and, and handsome, and what do you think about, doing your thing, and he goes, well, I don't like the way America's going, and I want to help, but I don't know. And then, bam, here we go. He jumped in 2016 to be our president, and now Oprah's in the Epstein files, and that other person, what's his name? The one that ran Amazon.
I don't know.
Not Bill Gates.
I can't think. Guy's in the tip of my brain. I know who you're talking about.
And they had the fires over there in Hawaii, over there. Okay.
Yeah.
What happened to those
Bezos,
children
right?
over there?
Bezos.
Yeah. Jeff Bezos, yeah. So they're still running free. They're not even arrested. So we don't know what the hell is going on with those people.
Yeah.
And they were talking about human trafficking forever.
Yep.
And that's my main concern, because there was a guy that put on YouTube about a week ago of all the places where 12-year-olds, boys and girls, were ganked up in America, and there were red spots everywhere, like a GPS layout. And I'm thinking, God, this is sick. They're scooping up children for what do you call it? Getting food. They're just doing harvesting. I mean, God.
Yeah.
It's
they're disgusting, man. And we get some of those here on the chat. Like, I think Mount Cone is probably one of them, because there's Mount Cone. There's no way that these people don't believe in God, and I understand why they're like that. But when you are so hateful that you can't really see beyond that hate, I don't know if there's any way to help these people, man. I really just don't.
When they're blind with the emotions, they're never gonna function like real human beings. They just won't.
Yeah.
They'll just do their own thing, and then they've already picked their evil side.
Yeah.
You can't reason with crazy people. Look at Hillary. She's sitting there defending herself, saying she don't know Epstein, blah, blah, blah. I mean, give me a break.
Yeah.
There's pictures of her near the swimming pool, and there's pictures of Bill Clinton in a sauna, come on.
Yeah.
It's all going to come out. It's just, if they hold back everything they release on the Epstein files, it's not going to make Democrats look very good, and probably some Republicans. I just want them all caught. I want them all caught and jailed and prosecuted and, chemically castrated. I just, right now, I don't care. So that way they can't rape kids, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I know the hypocrisy on the left, man. We talked about the 400,000 missing children from these illegal immigrants coming in here, pretending to be their parents and their guardians, and they weren't. And then they distribute them across the states, and then they wonder why they have all this pedophilia in the United States of America. And all they can do is concentrate on the hate on Trump, and that's all that matters. That Trump goes to jail. They don't care about hundreds of thousands of other perverts out there that are doing this shit, and they put all this energy on one person when there's thousands of them, hundreds of thousands of them, if not probably millions out there that are doing all this stuff. And they come over here and try to be political about it. That it's very annoying, to be honest. And you know what pisses me off is that everything that the Democrats have been doing, not just in Congress, but for everything else, in the Senate, governors, mayors, you can see them all over the country. They're all doing the same thing, and they are not responsible or hold themselves accountable for their failures or incompetence. All they have is Trump. And that's it. There's no other defense. There's no other logic. They just want to call Trump names, this and that. There's a lot of people in here that I have on this chat that they're just keyboard warriors, and they go off. And I just say, listen, if you're going to call in, right, because I use names to call people. But if you're going to call in and you start by starting to insult me and so using all these heavy words, you're done. I don't need to talk to you.
If you look at the evidence, my friend, I mean, look at the boxer, Mike Tyson, right? He was going through shit. Trump probably helped him and shit. And he's going to vote for Trump again. I already know he's going to. He loves Trump. He's been to Trump's. He's been over there in Mar-a-Lago with the family, eating together. I mean, come on. If he was a real true racist, would he be... Yep. Would he be a racist?
That has been debunked so many times, bro. They think I'm a Nazi, bro. These guys have called me a Nazi. Like, okay, I don't think you know what that is.
My ex-wife called me a Nazi, and I go, look, I'm half German, I'm half Swede, and I'm Polish, and Bohemian. Give me a break. I'm not a Nazi. It's like Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's Austrian, and he. See, the thing I liked about Arnold, at least when he was governor for a little bit.
And now he could be a Nazi because he's Austrian.
Yeah, right. I'll kill you.
Yeah, I will kill you. Hey, you ever watched? I think is. I don't want to butcher the movie, but I'm gonna describe a scene for you, and I thought it was so funny. I think it's Schindler's List. I'm not sure if that's what it is, but there is this Jew who pretends to be German. And he's in the academy. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now I don't know if that's the movie, but that's what comes to mind from high school. And I remember that he was sitting in the back, in the classroom full of Germans, right? They're all they're white and blah blah blah, and the eyes and this and that. And the professor goes, "It has come to my attention. I am going to show you how you can tell a Jew from a German." And the Jew's like, oh shit, like somebody said something, right? And he calls him by name. He's, come here, and then he's like, oh my, I'm done. They're gonna kill me. They're gonna kill me. And he goes up there, stand up straight, and this and that, and he grabs him by the chin, and he puts him to the side and to the other side. Do you see this jawline? And you see this blah, blah, and this line? And he's like, that's a true German.
And he was Jewish.
And he's Jew, of course. Yeah, I think it's Schindler's List. I don't want to butcher it, but it was just around the same time. Schindler's List.
Schindler's. Yeah.
Schindler's List. I don't know. I got to say it right.
I think I've seen that movie like 3 times.
So do they have that scene on there, or maybe I'm butchering the movie? I'm probably confusing the movie.
You did. It's just like Gregory Peck doing that movie Boys from Brazil when he played Joseph Mengele.
Oh, dude, man, I love that guy.
That was a long time ago when they're trying to genetically manipulate men to be like Hitler, and they were killing their fathers in different places all over the U.S.
Yeah.
That was a sick movie.
Yeah. I don't know what the actor's name is. I want to say it's the same actor, but he is in The Matrix, the French guy. He is on. What's that movie with Brad Pitt? Something fatherless. What's the name for the fatherless? Bastards? Inglorious Bastards. My brain thinks 100%. My brain thinks 100% in Spanish. Just so you know. So every word that I say in English is being translated immediately into English. So I love the way, because he's such a good bad guy, but he's such a good guy as well. Huh? No. The French guy, the French actor. I can't remember his name. I can probably look him up. But anyway, so he is the guy that is going out there pursuing. He's the hunter of Jews. And he goes into these houses, and there's a Jew family hiding under the floor, and he goes in there. He knows they're in there, but he plays a game with them. He's so evil, dude. But I'll tell you what, I'm not gonna spoil it. Watch Inglorious Bastards if you haven't seen it. As a matter of fact, when I get off of this, I kid you not, I am gonna watch that movie because I love that movie. The end of it, man, it is so worth it.
Books just when I was a kid about Anne Frank, the one that was Jewish and she was hiding with her family. It was a black and white movie. That was a good movie, but I remember reading the book, I think, but the movie was crazy.
Yeah.
When they were hiding.
Yeah, there's a lot of great movies out there. When I started this channel, I started this channel and I introduced it. If you go to my old videos, bro, I think I've improved a little bit. I think, but if you go to my old videos, the reason why I made this channel is because, I've been told to sit on the silence and just stay quiet and just whatever happens. We can't control it. And for decades, I have been a good boy and stay quiet. And so, I'm a guy that likes to talk. You can't tell because I never say words. How long did it take you to do this? Because I'm looking at what I want to do too, and I want to go meet Trump in person and talk to his family. And, Same here.
I love the guy. He didn't have to do this. He's a billionaire.
Yeah, I tremendous respect. Yeah, tremendous respect. I started. I made some videos, before throughout the beginning of the year. The channel itself, I made it for something else, but I'm using it to put my political views out there, just to give my opinion. Sometimes I talk about religion. Sometimes, as you and I have done today, we talk stories, true stories. Mm-hmm. You can tell me a fake story, but you got to tell me it's a fake story. You know what I mean? But if I tell you a fake story, I will let you know. Like, for example, a legend has it, that there is this ghost in this town. Okay, I get you, but I got to let you know that, hey, I don't believe this is true. It's just interesting story. But I share my personal stories. Some people have, of course, taken it and attacked me with it, but it comes with the territory. But I started doing this. I've slacked for the last month and a half, 2 months. That's why my viewership is down. But
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What do you think about UFOs? Because in Egypt, there's pyramids with glyphs where they show helicopters flying sideways and certain other things, like a guy sitting in a chair with flames coming out of the back of it, and he's got a headset on and antennas. So, I'm just throwing this your way because it's crazy, but they're out there, just like the giants they talk about in the Bible.
Yeah. Well, there was dinosaurs. Dinosaurs were giants. There were men that were 9 feet, 10 feet, 15 feet tall.
I don't believe in evolution. I'll tell you why. One teacher told me, okay, he goes, we came from apes. And I go, okay, well, then how come we have apes still?
We still have apes.
Why do we still have apes in the zoos?
All right. Yeah, I'll give you this now. And listen, all right. This is not the Christian side. This is me. Now, I believe this. This is my interpretation. It's not the Bible's. I'm not going to claim, because you can't blaspheme against the Holy Spirit. But I'll give you the rundown of what I have interpreted. When I was 8 years old, if you read the Bible, the Bible in Psalms, it says that Lucifer, the morning star, how far you've fallen, and it said that God had thrown out of heaven Lucifer and 1/3 of his angels.
Yeah,
right.
1/3. Yep.
Now, let's go there because this will be the base of why we're why I'm going to tell you the story. Now, this is a story that may or may not be true. Okay, so this is the base. So God throws Lucifer, the devil, Satan, to earth. Why earth? Okay.
Nephilim.
Yes. And so throws him to earth. Now, mind you, Lucifer is powerful. He's one of the most powerful that God created. He has power. It's just God can stop him. God is like the kryptonite. There's nothing he can do about it. And so he has power. He can also reproduce because God gave him the chance to reproduce. And I believe that every time a human is born, an angel comes down from heaven. I believe we're all spirits. This is why we have a spirit inside. Okay? And so here we go. So we got 1/3 of the angels, right, in heaven. Right. Now, guys, again, disclaimer: it's just a story. Don't take it word per word. Don't think it's literal. Don't think it's the truth. So 1/3 of the angels sins against God because Lucifer wanted to be God, not like him. He wanted to take him out. Okay, and then he was able to convince 1/3 of the angels. Just imagine how crazy this is. That 1/3 of the angels, being spirits, seeing the presence, the true power of creation and God, and have been there for eons before humans were even thought of because of punishment, right? So I'm thinking, okay, so he sends 1/3, boom, sends his best star, the one that he loved the most. And yet we have Jesus, who hasn't come down to this earth yet, right? But we have Jesus, you have the angel Gabriel and Michael and all this other stuff, okay? What do you do with the other 2/3 of the angels? You got to put them to a test. And how do you do that? You got to put them right in the middle of Satan. And how are you going to make it even tougher for them? You're going to put them in a meat bag. You're with me? You're with me still? So Adam and Eve, now, and you have to understand this. Adam and Eve are not called men and woman. They are called son and daughter of God. Which, of course, in the flesh, they are men and women, right? They're humans. But they are the only ones that are called son and daughter of God. Now, here's my question. When I was 8 years old, I was in a Sunday school class, okay? And I asked my teacher, because we were reading Genesis. And in the beginning, the earth was, in disorder, right? So, and then it says, in Genesis, it says, and on the 6th day, God created man, humankind, and everything in it. And, and there was giants on the earth and all this and that, right? And then it says that God rested for one day. In Psalms, David says that one day can be like 1,000 years for us. It could be a million years for us, right? So here's your giants. You have Lucifer and the fallen angels who were castigated or punished. Okay, castigated means punished. I don't know if that's the word in English, but castigado is punished in English. And so he was punished to be in flesh, and they will die. And there is a special hell for them to go to until Judgment Day. So Lucifer and the angels, they're still powerful, and they were giants. I mean, we don't know how big they were, but there's some skeletons out there for like 15, 16 feet tall, I think,
There's 2 guys on YouTube that said the guy saw one, it would look like 20 feet tall, and this is like about a week, 2 weeks ago. Yeah. It's somewhere in the mountains. Yeah. I don't know where.
Yeah, gigantism, I think it's called, is a disease that they die young because they grow too big and too fast, and that goes against the law of God. But anyway, so you have these giants, and so just picture this man that are, who knows, maybe even taller than that, right? Because they're angels, they're fallen angels, and so just think of a dinosaur that measures like 50 feet. To them it was just like a horse, you know what I mean? It's a cow. It's no big deal. But it says that after the 7th day. Now some people, they say that the Bible just kind of starts over. When God created humankind, that the garden is just a kind of like a restart of the narration, so that we can have the story of how man came about. Okay, so after the 7th day, the story starts in Genesis. It says it hadn't rained, and there hasn't been any life on the ground, and God created a garden. And in this garden, God created Adam. And then he saw that Adam was good, and he liked it, and, made him innocent. No knowledge, right? No knowledge of the world. And then he saw that Adam, well, he was a great man, and, he
was lonely.
Yeah, he was lonely, and then, of course, put him to sleep. And out of him, right, he made Eve. Okay.
Full of rib, yep.
Yeah, and Adam is the first son of God on earth. He calls the other fallen angels and Lucifer, those are the first humans that we had on earth. Now, they could be here for millions of years before us, okay? This is the caveman, the ugly ones, right? I shouldn't say that. There's still people that
Very
kind
ugly.
the Aboriginals are kind of still in that, that kind of look. But I don't want to, that's not, I apologize about that. That's not right to
They
say.
always try to say that everything began from Africa. I'm like, man, I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, you think about this. Why not? You have to think about
Doesn't
that.
matter as long as it started from somewhere.
Yeah. So there's like a mystery, right? And the Bible is very clear that this mystery, what I'm telling you today is probably something I shouldn't tell you anyways. It's just a story. Mm-hmm. But the mystery will be revealed when he's coming, when he comes back again for us, right? So I would tell you this, the plates, the tectonic plates have been moving, the continents have broken apart, this and that, the ocean is here, the ocean is there.
Pangea, which used to be all the land masses together.
That's
which
right.
is also in a lot of movies.
Yep, that is the name, but that's historical.
Yeah.
That is the name,
I
Pangea.
know.
And so, okay, so, and then you go to the story, right? And this is why I believe what I believe, okay? You already know the story until this point. Adam and Eve have a son. What's his name? Cain, right?
Who?
Cain. Adam and Eve have a son.
Yeah, Cain.
Okay.
Cain and then Abel came
And then
later.
Abel. Okay, I want you to listen to this part because it's in the Bible and you can look it up.
Okay.
Adam and Eve had Cain and Abel. Abel was a shepherd, as far as I remember. And then Cain worked the land, which was harder to do. The shepherd just chilled.
Yeah.
And he gave the
Shepherd
best.
easy.
Yeah, the shepherd gave the best offerings, and God was very pleased. And so, just so you know, God knows, right? God knows Adam and Eve are going to sin. He already knows all this. He knows the future. He knows it. And we don't, but we have to try. Even if we think, oh, well, if I don't do anything, that's my future. No, we have to believe.
pre-planned.
Yeah, but we have to have faith that we are on the right path. How do we assure ourselves? Not God. How do we assure ourselves? Well, we need to believe. We got to do what's right. We got to do what's good. We got to behave. We got to continue to seek his presence and have a relationship with him, right? Okay, fast forward to Cain and Abel. Cain got jealous, right? Just like Lucifer did against God. This is the sin. And so this is a test of humankind. This is why Jesus comes to die for us. He doesn't come to die for us because we're a piece of dirt. We are his brethren. We are his angels. We are the ones that are being put to the test, and that's the only reason why he has to have so much love for us. There's no way that he's going to have that much love unless we are already his, which he says we are. It's so weird, bro.
Unless we accept him.
Yeah, well, here we go. This is interesting right here. When he sins, God tells Cain to leave, right? He sends him away from the land and all this stuff. And then Cain says that he was afraid that somebody will kill him. And so God put a sign on him. And this is what changes my mentality from what my Sunday school teacher told me and what I understood this day. God says, the Bible says that Cain was sent to the city of Nod. Mystery right there. Tell me, what city of Nod? There's only 4 people on earth, according to the interpretation of most religious people. What city? What city? You ask me about aliens. What city? There's no unless my interpretation is correct, and in 6 days God created all humankind.
Right.
But Adam and Eve, Adam is the son of God, and from Adam comes Jesus. Everything comes from Adam, but you will notice that nothing comes from humankind.
Right.
Oh, so crazy. Listen, I'm a big sci-fi guy. I like to watch movies.
Too.
Listen, I like to watch movies where they twist the end with the middle and the middle with the beginning and the beginning with the end. I love watching movies that twist my brain and make me think and critically think about what the hell did I just watch? No, that makes no sense.
It's kind of like going to the gym and having your mind hold weights on one side on the other, and you're weighing out the truth.
That's
right?
I'm telling you. You know the Bible says that we are not supposed to tempt God. We're not supposed to tempt God. But Jesus is God, and he was tempted by who? By the devil, not by us. Well, we did, right? The humans did. The Jews tried to tempt him, not tempt him, but to force him to prove himself by making wine and all this other stuff, right?
Right.
Well, I can't find nothing else more logical than that the first humankind was the 1/3 of angels that God expelled from heaven into earth.
Mm-hmm.
Why would he create mankind where the devil was sent to? Why would he put mankind, us, right? Why would he put mankind where Lucifer and his fallen angels govern? They're the owners of this earth.
It's kind of like this. It's kind of like you have to have oxygen, you have to have water, and you have to have sun. You have to have three things to create life, even though the devil does not want you to know that.
Right.
Get my drift?
Yeah. And everything is in thirds. Have you noticed? Like, okay, 1/3 of angels, 1/3 of angels. We're counting chronologically according to the Bible, 6,000 years we're in.
Yeah.
Okay, divided by 3. That's 3/3.
And there was a guy that did a YouTube video talking about oxygen and atomic stuff like electrons, neutrons, and what was it? 3 things you need to have in an atom. That's part of life. Electrons, neutrons, what do they call it?
I don't know what the other one is.
Okay, electrons, neutrons, what is it? But it's 3 things you have to make a particle. That's matter.
Yeah.
And it's not antimatter. It's actually matter. And he was talking about this, and I'm like, that blew my mind because
protons.
I'm into protons. Yeah.
Yeah.
Protons,
David said
neutrons, electrons. Thank you.
Yeah, that was David.
But that is what is about nature and life and material. You know, in our material realm, we're living matter. We are born from a universe, from star material. We're not born from anything but whatever God gave us. If you want to talk about the people that talk about evolution, okay, we had a meteor crash and it killed the dinosaurs off, and then we became humans. Well, so be it. But we all became elementally functional beings because the atmosphere changed and the organics changed, and what we fought and lived for was from us. We all survived. We're life. We're the living personality of God and Jesus and everything he's ever done for this planet.
Yeah. Here, I'll give you one more mystery on the thirds.
Sure.
When do we start counting years? For us, positive years. When do we start counting? There's BC and then AD, right?
Well, yeah, but when you're 8 months in the womb of a mother, that's a different story. That's 8 months, which is not collected.
No. I'm talking about our years. We're in year 2026, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Why is it 2026 and then there is 3,000, 4,000 BC? 10,000 BC, all this stuff, right? 20,000, 100. Okay. Just pay attention. Just pay attention to the BC. I mean to the AD. After in Spanish is of course the AC, right? After Christ. But here's the thing: you have 2026 that we are in today, right? This is 2,000 years out of 6,000 according to the chronological book in the Bible, right? It's 3/3. So 2,000 years is 1/3. Jesus said that the Son of Man, which is him, right, was going to die. right? He was going to die for 2 days, and on the third day, that he will be risen. And it says that he was risen in the early hours of the third day. We are in the year 2000, and 1,000 years is 1 day for God, right? So we have 2,000. We're already 2 days, 2,000 years. We already started 26 years after 2,000. We are in the beginnings of the third day, according to the Bible. And we are seeing that all the prophecies that we have in the Bible have come true. Right. And there's still some coming true. The Bible says that be aware that when the beast sits inside the temple, we have that. It says run for the hills. We have that. We have gay churches. We have Islam in Christian churches praying to Allah. You know, we have all these LGBTQ crazy people and saying they are Christians. They are worshiping with the cross of Christ in the background, and they're worshiping, talking about drag queens and all this stuff. The beast is already sitting in God's place, right, in the house of worship. We're already there. We're going to hear of wars and of rumors of wars, and people are saying that we're going to go into World War III, and Trump is going to destroy everything. And the Bible says that there was going to be this country, this nation that is going to be struck with almost a hit of death. And I'm going to tell you that that's very creepy, because the United States of America, if it wasn't for God putting Trump in here, the United States would have been ceased to exist as we know it as a nation. One proof of that is open border. Millions and millions of illegal immigrants and terrorists and people that hate us have come through the border unchecked. We don't know what's going on. We are only as safe as we can be by the grace of God, but we have to be into the lookout, and we have to be completely awake. And, you know, like you said, you want to go to the mountains, something's calling you to it, right?
Yeah,
you want peace. You want peace.
You got Minnesota, you got Michigan, mostly Muslim territory, and then you got California, where you got crooked politicians lying to us all the time, and there's been fires all over California, and then you got the fires in Hawaii, which is an eye opener too. And you know, it's like you can't trust politicians, especially if they're Democrat.
Yeah. Maritza, I know this is some of my famous loyal haters. I come from Honduras. I did not cross the border. I flew in here on a 777. First time in the plane, all the way straight to Seattle, Washington, from Honduras to Houston, from Houston to Seattle. It was a phenomenal trip. Never been illegal in this country. But, you know, people are going to always judge me for that. I don't like to talk too much about prophecy because, you know, interpreting prophecies, you say the wrong thing, you're leading people astray. And that's why I keep being a big disclaimer. This is just a story. It is not something that I'm going to take and say this is a prophecy. This is exactly what the Word of God is. No. But when we see the beast, okay, anybody that represents Satan is the beast. Anybody that goes against Christ is an antichrist. And the 666, the mark of the beast, that is technology, is the number of knowledge of man. And that knowledge is going to be multiplied even greatly. I mean, come on. Look at the videos that we're watching today from dead people and photographs.
I worry about AI because they can fake videos all the time.
You know, there's nothing that I would like more than to see my father alive, but to see my father in a portrait come to life by AI. I feel some sort of creepy, demonic behind it. I'm not saying that freaks me out, but it doesn't feel right to me. I just think I would like to leave those things in the past the way they are. And I don't need AI to trick me into, oh, yeah, that's my dad. That's what he looks like. Oh, okay. No.
I kissed my father on the forehead before they closed his casket, and I cried my eyeballs out.
Yeah, I bet.
And that was in 2009 because my dad never hit me. He never cussed at me. He was a really good man. He was a carpenter, and it reminded me of Jesus because he wasn't perfect. He drank, he smoked, he didn't smoke, but he drank. but he smoked pot. And I thought, yeah, okay, fine.
Yeah.
But he was still a good man. And my uncle, you know, twin brother, like I said, they were Geminis. They were good people. And Uncle Mick, he died when he was 47, and before my dad. And that was like, shoot, I can't remember. I think it was like 95, something like that. And, you know, I miss them both, but
Yeah.
I remember them like yesterday, because that's all I have left in my heart to hold on to.
Yeah.
You know, that's what families do. We hold on to memories of strong people that did what they had to do. And it's like you doing your job right now. I will hold on to that. And I will remember this for another 20, 30 years, as long as I'm alive. I mean, you got to accept
We hope.
what you do as something great. Trump would say the same thing. You're a part of American knowledge, ingenuity, and you're a patriot. That's what you have to look at.
Oh, thank you, Greg.
The libs
Appreciate
don't
that.
like that. They don't like that.
You know, and the libs don't understand it's. David said, "Be careful with the Ouija board," and this is it is demonic. I have heard stories. I haven't experienced or seen it myself.
The Ouija board?
Yeah, the Ouija board.
I don't mess with that shit.
Yeah, it's demonic, and the moment that you start seeking for the dark, you will find the dark. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
But I would say this: Hollywood knowledge of cinematography, the art of drama, the art of lying to people that you are this when you're not, is very real. It's very real, and it has caused for people to not believe in God anymore. They think Christians are a fake thing that happens to anybody, like Islam. And, you know, they believe that Christians are crazy when they go out there and talk about the end of days and all this other stuff, you know, and they get so much knowledge. They got the 666 on them that they have no room for faith. Their mind is so full of knowledge of things, but no wisdom, no discernment, no Holy Spirit to guide them. And these people are chosen to go to hell, you know, and unless, you know, they seek God and ask for forgiveness and repent, then I stand corrected. But the people that really believe that what they're doing is okay, they will never ask for forgiveness as long as they believe that their evil is good. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, so Hollywood's done a great job convincing people that Christ never happened, God doesn't exist. You know, you have AI that, you know, convinces anybody that this is true. Like there's a lot of videos on Iran with missiles and all these other stuff, fake videos.
Look at the movie that the actor, oh man, I love this guy, Mel Gibson, when he did the movie, right, about God, Jesus.
Yeah, The Passion.
Oh man, The Passion was excellent. I saw that in 2000. I think it was 6 before, you know, and I lost my house in North Highlands, and I was so mad because my first house ever buying a house, and my crazy wife would not find a job and help me out, and that's why we're divorcing, because a woman's got to fight with you, to help hold on to a house and a family and everything else, and I can't do it no more. I'm 60 now, so I am not going through that mistake again.
Yeah.
But
yeah, we need each other, man. That's how it works.
The Passion of Christ was an excellent movie. Hollywood fought him tooth and nail on that, and he came up with his own money and did it. That man is brilliant. When I saw that tear fall from heaven, I cried my eyes out.
Yeah.
Brother, I did.
Yeah.
I knew what it meant, and that was perfect.
Yep.
And I'm emotional. I mean,
It's the
I'm
love,
a military guy, but you know what?
That's the love.
I'm still human, and you're an excellent guy, and I love you for.
Yeah, I love you too,
all
brother.
you do.
You know what? I'm going to share this with you because you said that. And,
Yeah.
you know, I don't care what anybody else thinks. But, you know, when I have been rebellious all my life because of the way that I have been raised, right? And the problems that we've had in life. But I remember this one time, and I think this would be a good time to close. I remember this one time I was having problems with my wife. I mean, this is the wife that we ended up getting divorced because she went to to somebody else. And I remember when I was in my early 20s when I got married, and I remember us fighting this and that, and I had my son, and she was pregnant with my daughter, and I remember I was smoking a pack of Marlboro Reds. And I just, and I was just,
I was smoking Winston's like a gangbanger, 2 packs a day on active duty, and I hated that stuff.
Yeah, well, I used to smoke the Marlboro Reds. I had my flannel shirts. I used to do driving for construction, and then I done all kinds of jobs. And I remember that I said, you know what? I grabbed a pack of smokes, I crunched it, and I did litter. I threw it out in the middle of the apartment's property, and I said, you know what? You will not control me again. And I remember looking at the sky, clear sky, and I said, God, what is it? Are you calling me? And I remember that Friday on that week, I went to church, and the Hispanic church that I used to go to, the Fridays was worship day, just worship and no real service. And I went in there, I opened the double doors, and I went straight into the front of the altar. I kneel on the ground, and I started saying, just like you were crying right now, I started saying with a crackly voice, please forgive me. I believe in you. Oh my gosh, dude, I broke down. I have never cried such hot tears ever in my life. And as I close my eyes, I feel this burning, bro, right from the top of my head down to my toes, and I'm kneeling, and I close my eyes, and I'm going to tell you what. The closest that anybody has ever recreated Jesus Christ on the cross, what I saw was Mel Gibson's craziness.
Yeah.
I saw Jesus like that, and every time that there was a lightning, something just overtook my body, and I am sitting there, and I start speaking in language, in another tongue that I don't understand, and then I see another lightning, and I see Christ's face bleeding with the big thorns, not just the little tips, but it looked like they went inside his skull, and then I start understanding what I'm saying, and then I get another hot burning in my head, and bro, by the time I finished, I felt so exhausted, I couldn't stand up. I felt weak. I felt like I hadn't eaten in like a month. All my energy was gone, and this is crazy, bro. A few months later, I come to the church with the same feeling, and that I don't know why, my mother, now remember this.
What church was this? What church?
It's a Pentecostal Hispanic church. It's closed down already, many decades ago. And so, I remember I was standing next to my mother, and you got to understand this. No prophet is prophet in his own land. That's the word in the Bible that says that. And Jesus said that as well. And I'm standing next to my mother, and I just looked to the side, and I looked at my mom, and I started praying for her. And I put my hand up, and I feel like I'm there. I can hear me saying what I'm saying, but I feel like a zombie. I don't know if you ever had like a really bad cold and, you feel like disoriented or whatever.
Yeah.
It felt like a zombie, and I was praying for her, and she fell to the ground. I didn't even touch her. And then I just, I just prayed for her and blessed her. And I went around, and this is crazy. I went around and I prayed for every person in the choir. They all fell down. Nobody was singing except for the pastor because he was playing the piano. And everybody else, my older brother, my sister, people that knew me, that I was new, they all fell to I never touched one person, by the way. Right. And there was these 3 cousins. One of them was asking for prayer. I didn't know this, but one of them was asking for prayer for weeks to the pastor. They asked the pastor. And I remember that I called him up and I said, come over here to the front. And I said, bring Jaime and bring your other cousin. And I said, I want each one of you guys to hold his hand, left hand, you hold his right hand. And I looked at him in the eyes, bro, and I feel this heat between him and me. and I got my eyes wide open. I don't know. I can't hear what I'm saying no more. You understand? Right. And all I can do is sit back and watch, sobbing, like there was uncontrollable tears coming out of my eyes. Somebody else is in control. And I said to him that his back is healed in the name of Jesus Christ. And the guy falls to the ground, supposedly with a dislocated disc on his back. He cannot bend down. He cannot bend over. And when he gets up and he starts dancing, bro, he starts jumping up and down, and he's like, it's gone. And I was like, you know, I'm still praying for all the people. I kid you not, there was like a few people that hid in the back of that church. They were afraid of coming to the front. And everybody that was there, bro, was gone.
Reminds me of Phil Collins. He's very religious. He's from what, Australia?
Yeah, he came to one of the American churches that I went to.
He's every song I listened to him about. I remember, you know, he everything. There's certain music I listen to, and it's prophetic. Amen. It's religious to me. There's some music that he created that really just bonds with my soul, and I'm trying to think of the name of the music. I mean, the song. But he's talking about, I remember you know, something like that, you know, what's it called? Darn it, I can't think of it. But it was so good because he's a drummer. His son is a drummer.
Is he? No, I think he's not Australian, they say. I don't know where he's from. He's English, I think, maybe. Who knows? Maybe, Who cares? He has an accent.
Yeah, but he's very religious, and you don't see him much. You don't hear him much anymore, and he's getting old.
You know what's funny that you mentioned that? So I didn't know this, and the pastor lied to us. Yes, I know the pastor lied to us. So he comes to our church, Phil Collins. He comes to our church. What? Yeah, he comes to our church, and I was like, wait a minute.
I love Phil Collins.
I was like, that's Phil Collins.
Yeah.
And the pastor made a joke, and he says, everybody thinks, like he's reading what I'm thinking. Everybody thinks that this is Phil Collins. But no, make no mistake, our brother here is here to share some songs to honor God. But he didn't really say he wasn't Phil Collins. I'm like, this guy looks like a twin. Like the guy looks identical. Oh my God, shut up. He stars the music.
That's the song I'm thinking of.
Yeah, and he stars singing.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's Phil Collins' song. He sounds just like him. I was like, don't know. You know what? It wasn't until after he left that I knew that it was Phil Collins.
Yeah, there you go.
Bro, that was unmistakable. I was like, how dare he lie to me and put me in that situation where I don't know that's Phil Collins, man. I used to love Phil Collins. Not so much today, but I used to love him a lot before.
Yeah.
Let me see, who else is calling? I don't answer block calls. When they call me with block calls, bro, it's just to insult me, and they think that they win a battle or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to go eat me another beer, but I pray for you. I pray for this country. I pray for Trump. I pray for freedom all around the world. And that's if I'm a grifter, I'm a grifter, but at least I'm a good one.
Hey,
right?
Go enjoy that cold beer, man. Hey, remember this. If it causes you to sin, right, cast it out. Don't do it. So enjoy yourself, but just be responsible. I don't want to sound like the Democrat here that says do drugs, but be responsible. But I think you can drink a beer. That's fine. All right, man. Be blessed, brother. Have a good night. Thank you so much for your love again. Yeah.
God bless.
Take care. Bye. All right. Fantastic. Hey, man, I had such a great time. I know I was fired up. I was going to tell you all this other stuff that we're going to... I was going to take calls about Iran's war. How about we do that on the next one? I can't promise you tomorrow. Most likely I will get on tomorrow and do a stream. I can't help myself. Sometimes I got to do it. It's like I'm addicted sometimes. Buddy, thank you for that. Thank you, David. Thank you, Baba. Thank you, everybody. Burning 47, thank you for that. I'm not going to pretend to be a perfect preacher, pastor, or this guy that had these great gifts. I never asked for any of those gifts, but they are there. And if God wants me to do something, I am here to say, yes, Lord. If my job is to run for governor and lose and look like an idiot, then it is what it is. But if that's what God's calling me to do, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Being here with you guys, I really want to enjoy conversations with you. Last night, don't call in because I'm not going to take any more calls. But last night I had a call from Keon. Keon is an independent. He looks more like he leans left, and he disagreed with me a lot. But last night, Mike called, and everybody else that was here I was in the car. Everybody that was with me on that live, we had a great conversation. He had his views, which were the opposite of me. But at the same time, it's like, I understand why you say that. Here's my point. And I was able to have a good conversation. No name calling. People have to understand, if you dish it, you better be able to take it as well. All right, so there is that, and I really enjoyed it. So thank you guys so much for that love and support. Aztec says, Christy cosplay Noam. Froster, talk about this, Dennis. We'll talk about it on the next one. That was something that I was going to talk about today, but you guys have been slaving me here for, how long has it been? It feels like a few hours. Let me take a look. 5 hours. 5 hours. You guys have had me here slaving through, but you know what? It was worth it. Thank you, Greg, so much again for your service. Thank you for calling. I hope you enjoy that beer, my friend. Christy Noam, let's see, this channel literally dishes it, but can't take it. Well, bold as a lion. Listen, there is a difference, okay? There is a difference. If you call me names directly, then I'm going to call you names directly, okay? But there's a difference when I call names out there, and then you respond. If you respond to the name, you're calling yourself that, okay? So there is somebody that comes in once in a while and calls me Denise, right? That's my daughter's name. And because he doesn't call me Dennis, I never reply to him. That's just the way it is. All right, but here, let me drop this line really quick, and then we can touch up on it on the next one. Christy Noam, the whole $220 million, I feel there was misunderstanding, miscommunication. Nonetheless, President Trump denied knowing about it, which is true. So she made a mistake. What happened in Minnesota? I don't blame Christy Noam. I blame Governor Tampon Tim and the other moron. That is the mayor of Minnesota. Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Yeah, they're true stories, my friend. I don't make them up. And so I feel that making those mistakes, even though she didn't go do anything in Minnesota when it came to people losing their lives, Ilhan Omar calls President Trump the killer, the murderer of these two persons in Minnesota. And so, accusations can go left and right. I don't care. I don't care about those things. But I will tell you, $220 million, I think, is a waste on advertising. But what I will say is that those two, Robert, those $220 million, all right, Rob, I will please you. Those $220 million have shown results. And because they show results, I'm not too mad about it. Okay? I'm not too mad about it. We spend billions on illegal immigrants here every year. So I'm not mad about it. But Trump found that he didn't like how she handled the public hearing. Okay? Like I said, they're not hearings, they're tellings. They never listen to the witnesses on their answers or the left or right. None of them do it. I hate hearings. If you see me here for 5 to 7 hours on a hearing, it's because that's my job to do sometimes, okay? But at the end of the day, you can say she got fired. I will just say she got promoted, depending on how you see the new position. I think that if President Trump felt that she was bad, she will literally just fire her. and put her on an easy position. But this position that she's being put into is very important. And you want to have the best people in a position that is highly important, especially for deals, for treaties, for national security and cooperation with other countries in the America, in the Western Hemisphere. I feel like she got promoted, but that's just me. I feel she got promoted. But with that being said, that's kind of just my opinion. That's just how I see things. As a matter of fact, I saw her, and I felt kind of bad because she's probably is embarrassed with all the talk and all the gossip from the left and all this other stuff. Even our great Senator Kennedy, was disappointed on her answers, and he felt that she lied to him. I don't think she lied. I think that she didn't respond correctly, and that is, I was approved for anything. But she should have been more specific, saying, I didn't talk with President about the $220 million, but I assume that it was okay because it's not, $1 billion, so to speak. Okay. And they have a budget that they can spend for anything that has to do with ICE. Anything that has to do with enforcing immigration laws and trying to get people to get out of here. 2.5 million illegal immigrants self-deported because of the $220 million that she paid on advertising. And the worst thing that she did to me, according to Democrats, is she put her face as the main person to represent ICE. So there's that. All right. All right. Let's see. He has convinced me. Robert has been asking me, begging me. He loves the crime chef. And today we're going to please you, brother. I know I've been neglecting you and not giving you what you want. Let's see. Let me get rid of this calling box. And there you go. Brenda, how are you? You are at the end of the show, but thank you for stopping by, saying hello. We're going to watch some Crime Chef where Juanitos and Karens get put in their place. I'm sorry. That's horrible. That's horrible. I apologize about that. Let's see. Let me make this big, and let me shrink the window so that you can see the Crime Chefs. Like that. I think that might be enough, maybe. All right, here we go. Just listen up, people. I want to point out that people don't like it when they see someone being slapped and manhandled and tased and all this stuff, but they don't say anything about keep your distance from them. Nothing. Not one bit.
American patriots are fighting fire with fire against the intolerable anti-ICE Karens, and it's absolutely hilarious. Patriots are now obstructing Karens from obstructing ICE. This is poetic justice. Trump derangement syndrome has reached new heights, and tax dollars are being wasted to deal with the freak show. ICE is still kicking ass and taking names in the leftist failed cities of America. And trust me, you're going to want to stick around until the end because I saved the best for last. Another day, another Juan bites the dust.
Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust.
ICE made the voyage out to Puerto Rico. No, Juan is safe.
Remember to check the links I sent, brother. Your mind will change to a more meant for military action. Use them for the next live. I will. Actually, I saw them already. And I will. If I get on live tomorrow, I will go ahead and show it tomorrow. If not, of course, on Monday. But I will definitely share them. Thank you, big bro. I appreciate it.
Yes, he can save it on Issac. Oh my God! But when he can save it,
Hello, fellow resistance to resistance and my sisters. So I'm going to share this video. This is a ICE observer trying to get to a ICE protest, and she's behind a MAGA guy. She's like, "Yeah, get out of my way, MAGA guy. You voted for Orange Hitler. You made me so mad because you're trying to destroy democracy."
You might think I'm out of Juan puns, but rest assured I have another Juan up my sleeve for the next clip.
But Trump driver's being like a jerk and filming her, even though she's real pretty and attractive and kind of looks like Roseanne Barr, but there's a stop sign. But she's like, "No, stop ICE. I need to get there and save all the brown people because they're being kidnapped and put in the vans and flown to Venezuela and probably Iran now." And then he still stays there filming her, and she's like, "I'm so angry, I'm going to yell some more, and I got to save my yelling for the ICE agents. You're ruining everything." And that's what happens, people, so resist.
Do you hear those squeals? I swear with these people, if it's not one thing, it's another. She sounds like she had one too many drinks. Can we get a breathalyzer on that, Karen?
This is what happens when ICE comes and takes families away.
This is what happens when you flood America with a bunch of illegals. This is your mess. Clean up on Isle Juan.
And everything that's left is they hire cleaning crews to come and clean out the homes when the families have been taken. It's just truly a sad, sad thing to watch. Knowing it. Everything that these people went through to come here, to build a life here, is now being just thrown away in trucks by cleaning crews.
See, even the Karens admit it's a damn mess that needs clean up.
It's just sad.
We have an exclusive interview with Juan of the infamous obstructing Karens.
As soon as I pulled into the parking lot here, I could see that there was 4 agents inside in tactical gear.
Becky Ringstrom was arrested by federal immigration officers in Minneapolis on January 29th, but she's a U.S. citizen.
Well, if she's a U.S. citizen, then she should know that no Juan is above the law, not even a rabid Karen.
Ringstrom says she was in her vehicle watching the officers for 45 minutes as they sat in parked cars in her neighborhood, intending to film them with her phone. When they began to move, she followed. A Border Patrol agent approached and told her she would be arrested if she continued tailing them. She says she stopped following the officers after being warned and was heading home. Minutes later, she says several unmarked vehicles boxed her in. Her subsequent arrest was captured by this bystander video, verified by Reuters.
Oh yes, this is the most satisfying thing I could have ever asked for.
As soon as I put my car into park, all 4 of those agents quickly came out of their vehicle. I continued to ask if I was under arrest. I told them that I wanted my rights read to me. I asked what I was being charged with, why I was being pulled from the vehicle. None of these questions were answered. They just told me that they were going to extract me from the vehicle.
Ringstrom says officers took her to a federal building downtown. One told her she'd be charged with impeding a law enforcement operation and that her name and photo would be added to a database. Reuters saw a citation the officers gave her, which said a court date was TBD, to be determined. Ringstrom's arrest is part of a broader effort by the Trump administration to clamp down on opponents of immigration and customs enforcement, portraying them as threats to the officers, and undermining efforts to arrest immigrants allegedly with criminal records.
Entering the country is illegal. Stop with the woke BS. We aren't buying it.
They're learning how to scare us. I will never stop believing that what happened on that day was nothing more than them trying to scare us.
2 ICE officials who asked for anonymity to speak to Reuters said the agency has been tracking the names of protesters in an internal database for several months. They say the database contains names, photos, actions that provoked suspicion, locations, and license plates, and that the effort was intended to spot patterns that could lead to charges. U.S. Department of Homeland Security spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin said DHS does not maintain a database of U.S., quote, domestic terrorists, but does track threats. One of the ICE officials who spoke to Reuters said the agency was referring several people per day in Minnesota alone to federal prosecutors for potential charges over interfering with police operations. And a Reuters review of a legal database found that since the administration launched its series of city-focused crackdowns last summer, it has charged at least 655 people with violating a federal law that criminalizes impeding law enforcement.
Impeding law enforcement has always been a crime. What the bloody hell is he talking about?
The Reuters analysis found that's more than double the prosecutions during the same period in 2024 to 2025. McLaughlin, the DHS spokesperson, said Becky Ringstrom, quote, stalked law enforcement and attempted to obstruct law enforcement from performing their sworn duties. She also said U.S. Border Patrol agents at the scene gave Ringstrom lawful commands and warnings, but that she continued to obstruct operations, leading to her arrest.
Okay. Yeah, our staff is worried, to have their faces out.
Brenda Lewis is the superintendent of the Fridley Public School District near where Ringstrom was arrested. Lewis believes she and other members of the school board have been followed by ICE officers in unmarked cars after holding a press conference in late January opposing ICE enforcement. Lewis says she patrols schools twice a day to make sure ICE agents don't follow the children to schools or after their dismissal. Reuters rode along with Lewis on a patrol ride in a school district car.
This time of day just makes my stomach hurt, right? So until about 4:30, I feel very nervous, and we're just always on guard.
She had the car pull over when she saw staff members from the Philippines on the side of the road.
Do Salvation Army another day.
Yeah. All right.
I'm just nervous for you guys, okay? And I'll watch you till you get back there.
All right.
Sorry that I said no, but okay. We'll watch you guys till you're back in.
Okay.
Okay, bye. None of this is normal. We have a federal agency who is targeting people based on skin color and targeting people who stand beside people of color and immigrant communities and families.
The Department of Homeland Security denied that ICE would target school employees for criticizing the agency and said, quote, law enforcement actions are based solely on violations of federal law and public safety concerns, not personal views or speech. The Trump administration said last week that it would scale down its surge in Minnesota to 2,000 federal officers, but the deployment remained 3 times bigger than the Minneapolis police force. Lewis says her district has 2,700 students, and that a third of them have been absent since the ICE surge began in Minneapolis. One immigrant family from Honduras living in a local trailer park has largely shut themselves inside their home. They spoke to Reuters on condition their names not be revealed to protect them from arrest. They are all seeking asylum and lack permanent status aside from the youngest, who was born here and is a U.S. citizen.
You mean an anchor baby that should also be deported?
Both parents have stopped going to work. A restaurant where the mother worked closed after ICE arrested a worker. The family relies on help from their children's school and a church with food. The father says it's been hard on his children.
There are no words. There just aren't any. Because seeing your children suffer, wanting to go out for an ice cream, and as a father, even if you want to, you can't. There simply are no words.
Get ready for the freak show. I don't even know what this is.
We're gonna build that fucking road right now. Yo, this man tripping, bro. He over here dancing for the club, and they about to rock him.
You were a good dancer. Oh, thank you. How long you been dancing? I think like a while. Yeah, because I see the skills in that flip you just did. I know. I can do a lot of stuff. Okay. We just here to make sure you're okay. Okay. You didn't take anything. Do I look okay now? Thank you for the cowboy hat and mustache.
All right, man. We're going to let you go, okay?
Does that mean I'm medically sane?
You are good.
Oh, yay, I'm medically sane. Yay. See, haters, I don't need medical assistance. Wait, tell the haters that I don't need medical assistance.
Thank you for the roses.
And I don't need medical assistance. See, haters, see, I'm healthy.
So I seen this rolling up to Safeway. I am going to rip this stupid ass sticker off. So whoever posts this bullshit, they can go themselves.
I didn't post it, but I gladly will repost it after you remove it.
Knowing that 100%, no, we are not supporting ICE raids. They're lucky that people aren't shooting them on sight for being terrorists on this land.
What happened to the tear gas and pepper spray? ICE needs to turn up the heat.
Shame on you! Chill, man! What the fuck?
All right, and that is your episode. Look at this guy. Ignited devices. Homemade explosive devices found near New York City Mayor Mandani's home after tense dwelling protests. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We got to listen to this. Let me see what this is.
And welcome back, everyone.
All right, Aztec, good question, my friend. But listen, right now I am not running a campaign. I think pretty soon I will, but I cannot do that on this channel. So if I do make an announcement here for whatever, it would be just to maybe promote a government's channel or website or whatever. I have to find out what rules I have to follow. But it will definitely be non-monetary. If anybody's going to donate any money, they will have a link on my description, and then they can donate to the official website for the political campaign if they want to, donate money, etc. I still have to look for volunteers, that can put in some time, people that we can trust, and there's a lot of things to go with it, but. We'll see, guys. Who knows? Maybe I'll fail for even trying to run. Who knows? But the point is that, I will do my best to do what I got to do. There's a lot of things that I'm not going to be saying too much anymore here, but I believe I can fly. Let me see here. Let me see if I can show you guys something. Let me see. I gotta take this off here. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Dun 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 dun. Bum bum. There you go, my peoples, my peoples. Traitor, says Chevy. Chevy, I never met you. I never knew you. So how can I be a traitor if I don't know you? But by the way, if by traitor you mean when Trump ran for president, all of a sudden everybody was a victim. Cutting Edge erased the channel. No, he had to be real, not a fake candidate. I don't know what that means. I missed the conversation there. But there you go. Watch for ICE. That's my advice. Just watch for ICE. Oh, man. Hey, thank you, Trace. No problem, man. No problem. Doesn't offend me. I get it. But thank you for clarifying. Appreciate it. Much love to you guys. Hey, guys, thank you so much. We've been here for 5 hours. I think that's good enough for a Saturday afternoon. Any more live streams that we missed putting up today, We will do that tomorrow or Monday as they come in. I know I've been slacking because I've been putting my attention on other things, and you guys know that I'm doing other stuff. But I think that's enough for today. Let me spend some time with my family, trying to get something to eat. I'm going to use the bathroom. No breaks when I am doing lives with you guys. Why? Because I love you. God bless you all. Peace.